Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the November 27th Special Finance and Audit Committee meeting. I'd like to first recognize that we are gathered on the traditional territory of the Snuneymuxw First Nation. Our clerk today will be Ms. Nicolina Ricard. We also have Councillor Armstrong attending electronically. Today's Special Finance and Audit Committee meeting will be held in accordance with the Community Charter and Council Procedure Bylaw 2018, number 7272. If during the meeting, although I'm not seeing anybody, but if during the meeting any member of the gallery has a question on a matter that was considered by the committee today, please sign up at the sheet located in the table by the double doors to my left. Please note that the Council Procedure Bylaw has been updated, so questions will only be taken on staff reports or other business items. Having said that, the first item on the agenda is the introduction of late items. Ms. Ricard, we do have one.
Thank you, Your Worship. Agenda item 6C, 2025 to 2029 draft financial plan. We would like to replace the PowerPoint presentation titled 2025 to 2029 draft financial plan with the attached version to accurately identify one of the business cases as assistant manager community planning rather than current planning. That's all.
Thank you very much. Motion for adoption of the agenda is amended. Moved Councillor Eastmere, seconded Councillor Hemmons. All those in favour? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. We have no minutes to adopt. On to reports. The first one, 5A, Progress Report on Council Priority Actions. Mr. Holm, good morning. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Worship and committee members. So this report is presented really for information to support the budget discussion. And this is the first annual progress report that's related to the integrated action plan that Council approved in July of 2023. As Council is aware, the integrated action plan is part of the city plan implementation framework. So it's a key piece of the framework that helps Council set priorities with respect to action to implement city plan. And this report outlines for the 203 priority actions, the status of those actions as of October 31st, 2024. You'll see also in the discussion today, you'll see initiatives, 2025 key initiatives for departments that are reflected in the presentation that highlight ongoing or proposed initiatives to continue the implementation of city plan as well. But this report provides sort of the first annual progress report on the 203 priority actions in the integrated action plan and is to help support budget discussions. The report outlines sort of the status of the 203 priority actions. 15 actions have been completed, 114 are in progress, 44 are ongoing, and 29 are not started. That information's contained in the report. As well, there's a sort of a quick synopsis of how those actions align with the different goal areas of city plan. That's included in the attachment to the report as well. So happy to take questions on that, and hopefully this is informative and supports Council's decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Holm. Any questions for Mr. Holm? Not seeing any. Councillor Gaspar?
Thanks. I just had a question sort of in the zero waste section. There is a few bullet points, like one is the event program that we'd offer, like a zero waste service for that. I'm just curious just on the status, sort of the items in that realm, and in terms of capacity, staff capacity in that area.
Yeah, I guess probably Mr. Sims has come forward. I'm happy to speak to sort of address what I can, and then Mr. Sims will probably want to jump in as well. But so I think in the integrated action plan, Councillor Gusselbrecht, are you referring to items 33 and 34?
Yeah, I'm just pulling it up.
Page
right
3. So there's the development of an implementation of a construction, recycling, deconstruction, and demolition bylaw.
Yeah.
That's one item. So yeah, it's listed actually as not started. There actually has been research started on that. That item there's going to be quite a bit of work to do with partners in industry and community and with the regional district as well. So the item references a bylaw related to managing construction and demolition waste. So that would be administered through building inspections, through demolition permit. There's a big administrative burden there as well that we'll have to manage carefully. There will be an impact on permitting and the administration that staff will have to manage through the demolition permit process. But as well, there's a big component of that is developing, and we saw the Lighthouse, I think it was the building material exchange presentation recently. There's a big part of that is developing industry, promoting industry to build capacity there, and working with our partners, our waste haulers, and our folks in the at the RDN and in Mr. Sims' team as well on the solid waste communication and coordination side there. So to build industry capacity as well as the bylaw portion of it, the two really have to go hand in hand. But I will say that although it says not started, there is research ongoing there, and as well. There has been dialogue on that item, but nothing outward facing yet with industry.
Mr. Sims, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. And just to add a little bit to that, I think we see having an internal task force because there's overlap certainly between Mr. Holmes' group and Public Works as well. So that's something that's due to start here shortly. As you're aware, there's some challenges with capacity in the group, but if we can keep this moving, that's good. The events program is something that is kind of an ongoing exercise. So we take advantage of opportunities where we can, and I would say the night market is a good example. We often have our staff there with green bins, recycling bins, and it's really about education. And we're starting to, I'm sure Ms. Mercer-Breen can speak even more eloquently to this, but in larger events across the community, we're really looking to put this in the hands of the event organizers to have so-called green events, and we're putting together a guideline to help them.
Great. No, I appreciate that. Yeah, just, there are some complexities with the deconstruction and demolition bylaw. I think Squamish, North Van, Victoria might have moved forward with them, and there is a bit of chunk of work there, and just we're halfway through our term, and just watch how quickly time goes by. So hopefully, yeah, we can find the capacity in there, and I'll bring something forward for a GPC to sort of support that. And yeah, with the zero waste program, it was great to see. Some implementation at the night market, and I think there's a lot of benefit for that program. And I'm just curious. I do understand there's been some capacity challenges, and just sort of how we're supporting that moving forward. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Not seeing any further questions. Mr. Holmes, Mr. Sims, thank you. The next is presentations. Our Chief Administrative Officer introduction. Mr. Lindsay, good morning.
Good morning, Your Worship. Good morning, Council.
Yours.
Thank you, and welcome to the first meeting to assist Council with the ultimate, hopefully, adoption of your 2025 to 2029 financial plans. We have a series of meetings. I'm going to just have a few comments this morning, and then I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Mercer and Ms. Fulla, who will really run you through the next few days here. I think, definitely the focus is obviously looking forward at 2025, but I think it's important just to maybe take a moment and talk about some of the things that we've done in 2024. It follows well on the heels of the discussion just now about the IAP. And then also, like, what can the community expect to see of those projects that are continuing, even though they started in 2024, budget in 2024, that'll be coming forward and they'll see in 2025. with your business plans you get from each department, there's a much more fulsome list of all of the initiatives that were completed in 2024. So I'm not going to hit on all of them, but I think there's worth just a couple of moments on some of the highlights. In terms of new capital projects across the city, obviously everybody's aware Terminal Avenue is the upgrades on Terminal Avenue Phase 1 were completed this year. We opened the two new artificial turf fields at Harewood, and it's already great to see the response from the community and the use down there and the activity in that neighborhood. In the theme of resiliency, the Midtown Water Supply Council was there earlier this year when we opened that water line, and I think it was just last week or the week before that we finalized the dedicated line to the hospital. So in terms of bringing resiliency to our community, having that project completed is significant. And of course, 2024, this topic was in the news across the country when we saw major water lines in Calgary and in other places that ruptured and it caused significant disturbance to their community. So those water lines, those pieces of infrastructure are very similar in terms of their type and their age as what we're dealing with. So to have that project completed, is a significant step forward. And just a compliment to all the staff. I think it's always said when you do an underground capital project well, no one cares. And I think other than some comments and concerns about disruption on Bowen Road, I think that project overall went very smoothly. So we've also seen the Midtown Gateway, which we're in January, we'll see that open, and I think not only change the way people move around that part of the town, but open up new opportunities for development in that area. And we're excited to share through the budget process, not only the improvements that people will see to vehicle traffic, but also accessibility to and from Bevan Park, I think will be significantly improved with that project. Commercial Street, everybody knows Commercial Street is now, Phase 1 is underway, and looking forward for that to be completed in the spring of 2025. And Phase 2 of Westwood Lake is now underway. So we're going to see a significant improvement to the beach up there, to washrooms, to change room facilities, and I think an overall improvement to a major amenity in our community. And it's impossible for me to go through this list and not mention the recently opened pickleball courts at Bevan Park. On the side of private investment in the community, another strong year. We're looking at approximately ending the year with a projection of about $275 million in construction value. So keeping with that theme of Nanaimo continuing to be a destination for development and an area of growth, projection of about 914 new dwelling units being brought forward. And anybody who lives or works in Nanaimo and drives around, you'll see development everywhere in our community, but it's exciting to see right now we have 3 or 4 major construction cranes downtown, which will be, as those projects are completed and brought online, about 500 units in our downtown. So something that this council and past councils have always been striving for is more investment in our downtown, more people living in our primary urban center. So we're exciting to see those projects get completed. Under the theme of community health and safety, with council support, there was a review of the safety action plan completed this year, and there's a number of recommendations coming out of that plan, which will ultimately be decision points for you as you move through your budget this year. You established the new public safety committee, and council continued your funding for warming centers to support our unhoused population across the city. On the housing affordability side, we saw the new supportive housing project on Fitzwilliam open. That's significant in that it's a partnership with BC Housing. Obviously, there's a need for more supportive housing, but it's also on city property. So it was a lease to BC Housing, but that continues to be city property and a partnership that relied on the city to get that completed. There was a number of provincial announcements around housing, a number of bills, Bill 44, 47, 35, which all kind of caused us to down tools on some of the initiatives we were working on and refocus our efforts to make sure that we brought our bylaws and our policies into compliance with those provincial mandates. I would say we did that, met all the timelines, and the intent is that these new changes will result in new opportunities for affordable housing across the city. In January, council authorized the signing of the Hearth and Heart program, which will result ultimately in support to encampments in the community, but more importantly, temporary housing. So we have a number of temporary housing sites which are actively under construction, and we're hoping to see people move into those sites early in 2025. And Council just recently received an update on your rent supplement program, so something that you've continued in 2024 and something that's having a significant impact for people across the community. Under sustainability, we saw the launch of the new e-bike share program with our partners at BCAA and the Evolve program. I think that's been well received here in Nanaimo. And we've also continued our rebate for homeowners to make sure that their homes are brought up to or help reduce energy costs and operate more efficiently. Under Truth and Reconciliation, in March, we finalized the transfer of 200 acres of land, ultimately through to SFN, but it's been purchased by the province to include in their package for reconciliation. This resulted in the city getting market value for what was deemed surplus property, and about $1.41 million that we're able to put back into our property acquisition reserve, which is, of course, helps us when we're looking to acquire land for affordable housing or parks or other initiatives that we're trying to complete. While not directly involved, I would say a significant step this year was the acquisition of one terminal, the old Tally-Ho Hotel by the province for ultimate transfer to Nanaimo First Nation. We look forward to working with the nation as they develop their plans for that property, but I know people have been asking, and the demo permit has been issued for that hotel, and if it's not underway, I suspect it will be underway very quickly, and we'll see that site at least start its transformation. On the corporate management side, Your Worship, we had the monitoring strategy that was adopted in May, and this follows on the heels of the IAP, which you just got an update, which was 2023, and your city plan, which was in 2022, so this was kind of the third major step. We saw the adoption, the successful adoption and provincial approval of a new MRDT program here for the city. So for those who don't know, that is for taxation on hotel stays, and it results in a significant amount of investment or income that comes back into the city that allows us to invest in tourism and in bringing and attracting more people here. That for the next 5 years will be administered through Tourism Nanaimo. Your Worship, we also had a discussion earlier in the year about some major infrastructure projects. I know that the Public Works and the AAP project is weighing heavy on everyone's mind. We hope to have the final results to report it out to you and the community on that this week. We'll be able to share that because it does have implications for you as you move forward with your budget, obviously. But there are other major projects that we talked about with Council, including the need for expanded for police detachment, the South End Community Centre, Waterfront Walkway, and Bevan Park are all things that Council's given some direction on for us to proceed further with. I'd also just like to briefly mention at this point a number of awards that the city received in 2024 and were recognized for. I think there was 3 external awards. There was 2 awards at UBCM, awards for both our monitoring strategy, which I just mentioned, and also work for the Carbon Step Code. And then we also received the Financial Reporting Award from GFOA for our 2024 to 2028 financial plan. In addition to those kind of corporate awards, we also had one of our workers, or one of our staff who were identified by her peers at the Public Works Association of BC, Shauna Drinnan, as a Public Works Ambassador. So a number of awards across, I think, the corporation, which are worth celebrating. In terms of looking forward, Your Worship, and just some brief comments from me on the 2025 budget, before I hand it over to Ms. Mercer here. I think the Council knows this. I mean, we talk about it regularly, is the continued pressure on local government to not only do those core services that we've always done, but to jump into lanes that are not really ours, that are either being downloaded from other levels or because no one's doing them. It's difficult to stand by and watch nothing being done. So Council's had to jump in on many of those things. I think while that's, it's just one of those realities, I think it is difficult when we put budgets together because we operate and exist under basically the same tax framework that's existed in our country for many, many decades. So here in Nanaimo, we get between our property taxes and our utilities, we get the vast majority of our revenue. So like 78% of our revenue comes from taxation and utilities. So while we have an increased pressure on doing more, providing more services, we have limited ways of actually increasing revenue other than increase to property taxes. And at the same time, Your Worship, we know, and this was a topic at FCM this year, is about really this local governments across Canada talking about the need for a new deal. We know today about 60% of all infrastructure in Canada is in municipalities, the responsibility of municipalities to maintain. The estimate for the typical tax dollar in Canada, about 10 to 15 cents of that dollar actually comes to local government. So while we're being asked to do more, we get a very small portion of the overall taxes that are paid across Canada. And I would argue we're frontline in providing services to Canadian citizens. Also, we had a discussion, I think it was just earlier this week, on the significant increase on our cost of materials. Like inflation's impacted everyone across Canada. It's impacted. We're not immune to that. The cost per lineal meter of doing a sidewalk or a sewer pipe has gone up exponentially in the last 4 or 5 years. So in the absence of increasing our budgets, in the absence of increasing taxes, the reality is we find ourselves in doing less with the same. Well, I guess what I would say is, given the context of all of that and all the things I've said, I still think that what you're going to see presented to you today is a very measured response in that. I think staff are very much aware of the tax fatigue, I'll call it, that goes on and the impact that has on citizens. We do not want to bring excessive amounts of taxation forward. We need taxation. We need the appropriate levels to run our corporation and make sure we maintain responsibly our infrastructure and provide those services that are needed, but we want to make sure we're doing it in an efficient way. So I think the budget you'll see today is a very measured response. What everybody always wants to focus on is, well, what's the tax increase? So you're going to hear today that our tax increase, projected tax increase, if you've read ahead, you've already stated it's 8.7%. We have a couple of recommendations that we're going to talk to you about to bring that down. We think it'll bring it down to about 8%. But I just wanted to, and we're going to cover on it more this morning, but just for those maybe just listening now, I just want to cover, like, what are those drivers that are pushing up that 8.7%. So over half of that increase comes from what I would call protective services. So that includes the 20 new firefighters that have previously been approved by council, and it includes a significant increase in the RCMP contract. So half of that 8.7% is for protective services. About a quarter is for wages and benefits that reflect the existing contract agreements that we have. About an eighth of that, so about 1 of the 8%, is for our asset management that council is committed to investing back into every year. And then about 1% is left for everything else. So all the terms of increased cost of operating, increased ability to do new capital is a very small fraction of that increase. So we continue to have that's why I say it's a very measured response, with the exception of what I would really label a public safety budget. We continue to be fairly conservative in our request. You will see in front of you some business cases in the next week or two, looking at what potential things could be added to the budget. There's really four main business cases. The RCMP business case or request. So we've been adding you'll recall 3 new RCMP officers for the last 5 years. That ended in 2024. Be looking forward is, how does council want to support that in 2025 and beyond? You, as part of the safety action plan, you receive some recommendations for increasing both the clean team operating in the community and our CSOs. So we're going to be bringing forward a business case on how council wants to respond to those recommendations. And then we have 2 separate business cases for new positions. One in our finance department, which I would stand in front of you today and say, I think this is very important and critical. We have too many people working too much overtime to prepare your financial plan, and we need to provide more supports there. And the other is a recommendation that came out of a review of the planning function, and there was a recommendation for 1 additional staff member there also. So those are the business cases. We'll get into those in more detail later. I'm happy to take any questions, but otherwise I'll turn it over to Ms. Mercer to get us started on the day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lindsay. A very fulsome presentation this morning, and much appreciated. Councillor Thorpe, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have one question through you, if I may, and thanks, Mr. Lindsay. That was really a well-stated presentation, and I hope that the city will take advantage of your eloquence to make that available to the public in any ways that we can, because I think it's a great summary of where we're at right now, what we've been doing, and also looking ahead. I do have one question quickly before we get into the future budget discussions, and that is related to 1 Terminal Avenue, the Howard Johnson, or as I still say, the Tally-Ho site. I'm getting questions, and this happened several months ago, the transfer of land to SFN, but I've never yet heard a response to the question, will the city retain control over zoning and land use on that piece of property as fee simple land or not? Do we know?
So I think the short answer is we do not know at this point. So right now, the property has been acquired by the province. It's being held by the province with the intent of ultimately transferring it to the nation. I can't obviously speak for the nation, but I think it's fair to say they're probably weighing their options. If it's retained as fee simple land, then yes, city's bylaws, city zoning would apply to that property, and we would work with the nation on their vision for redeveloping that site. If they decided to proceed and add it as treaty settlement lands, addition to reserve, such as their intention with the former D&D lands, then no, the city's zoning bylaws and bylaws would not apply. We'd still have to work with them to have a servicing agreement to provide city servicing to those sites, but the city's bylaws would not apply. So no answer at this point, but those are definitely 2 options that are, I think, in front of the nation.
And I understand the ramifications of those 2 options, but I guess the short answer is we don't know at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lindsay, appreciated. The next is 6B, it's the budget video. Ms. Mercer, Ms. Fuller as well. Good morning, welcome to the 2 of you.
Thank you. Good morning. Before we get into the details of the budget, and I pass it over to Ms. Fuller, we're going to play you a budget video that some of us have participated in, and it just gives you kind of a highlight of what can be expected in this financial plan. And it was done by our communications department, and I think they did a very good job.
Like any city, Nanaimo is a community that operates on a budget, and every year the city revisits that budget, looking closely at operational expenses, infrastructure upkeep, and new priority projects. Balancing how the city spends versus how much the city has available takes a lot of coordination, people power, and endless tables and line items. For 2025, the draft budget includes an operating budget of $214 million and a project budget of $63.9 million. That may seem like a large sum of money that can pay for a lot. Well, it is, and it does. With over $4.8 billion in infrastructure to maintain and renew, it's needed. This is Laura Mercer, General Manager for Corporate Services for the City of Nanaimo. Let's talk about budget. Why do we need one?
So local governments are accountable to their citizens and businesses for how they plan to deliver necessary public services and projects in a cost-effective manner. In addition to that, we have to identify how we plan to raise funds to pay for those items.
Okay, and some of those items, infrastructure, of course, is one of them. Let's talk about that.
Yep. So the city has over $4.8 billion in assets that we have to maintain, and our 10-year project plan identifies renewal and new projects related to growth. So those can be anywhere from like studies and vehicle purchases to multi-million-dollar complete street projects. And most of those are funded through reserves. So about 75% of the 2025 capital budget is funded through reserves.
The scope of the infrastructure and services covered by the city's budget can be overwhelming, especially given that the budget also covers some of our critical safety and emergency services, including our community safety officers, the Nanaimo RCMP, and Nanaimo Fire Rescue. city of Nanaimo is very fortunate to have a career fire department, and I'm here with Fire Chief Tim Doyle, and we're going to talk a little bit about the fire department. So Tim, you don't just fight fires, do you?
No, thanks, Dale. No, definitely we don't. Firefighting is a big part of our core business. We fight small fires, big fires, wildfires, house fires, high-rise fires. But on top of fighting fires, we also provide a number of other services. So we provide, we go to car accidents, we go to medical incidents, we go to hazardous materials calls, we go to all types of technical rescues. So that can be high angle, crane rescue, trail rescue, water rescue, ice rescue. So we're really all hazards responder. If you have an emergency, Fire Rescue's there for you.
Excellent, and of course, a big part of the success to the program and or to the fire rescue program is staff. Right?
Absolutely. Staff is so important to our business to make sure that we have enough staff to respond to an original emergency, but also to respond to large-scale emergencies and when multiple emergencies are happening at the same time. We respond to over 12,000 calls a year, so there's a number of times where those incidents are happening concurrently. In terms of getting staff, in 2022 our master plan was adopted. The first two phases are hiring 20 firefighters in 2023 and another 20 firefighters in 2025. Those firefighters are what we need to operate the fire department, provide all the services, community, 24/7, 365 days a year.
This is Officer in Charge, Superintendent Andrew Burton. Andrew, I'd like to talk about budget. And let's talk about some of the challenges that you face.
I think the challenges the Nanaimo RCMP face are very similar to other communities of our size. We've got social chronic issues with our vulnerable population, with housing, with mental health, with addictions. So in order to adequately address these challenges, we got to have the number of police officers. We've got some fantastic initiatives that we've got ready to go forward to address some of these things like public safety and crime reduction. And it all comes down to being able to field a fully staffed teams. And that's always a draw, recognizing that the RCMP is a big draw on the city's budget. But it's important. Public safety is key, and I think that's really important that we're able to field a team that's to be able to meet these challenges that we're all going to face ahead.
I'd like to learn a little bit more about the Community Safety Officer program. I'd like to know the benefits that it has for the community.
So the benefits is that we work with many areas of the city and many populations, whether they're housed or unhoused or vulnerable, and we're hooking those individuals up with the community services that they require to be good citizens of Nanaimo.
Okay, and this program, from my understanding, also takes the burden off of police and paramedics, correct?
Right. We get a lot of calls from citizens that see someone laying on a sidewalk or in a business doorway or in a park that they don't know if they're in medical distress or sleeping or something else going on, and we're the first line to get there and see what their needs are. And if we need to engage with BC Ambulance or fire or police, we're able to make that evaluation and then reach out, and it's not wasting their time, because often individuals that are laying on the sidewalk, there's nothing medically wrong with them, they just don't have a warm place to stay or a place to hang out, and we send 2 police cars and a fire truck and an ambulance, and that wastes their resources.
Of course it does. And this program itself, I've heard many great things. What have you heard?
Lots of positive interactions with both all citizens. They like to see us out there. They feel safer. They can come up and ask us about many city services or services that other communities, organizations provide. And we're just there as someone to ask, and like a wayfinder almost, like an ambassador for the city of Nanaimo.
These are just some of the services accounted for in our budget. There's also recycling collection, drinking water treatment, parks maintenance, storm and sewer system upkeep, and more. And our beautiful parks, our budget covers those as well. This is Michael Lonsdale, Senior Projects Manager for the City of Nanaimo. Now, Michael, there's a lot of projects on the go. Maybe give us a couple examples of what's coming up for the city.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got some really exciting new public amenities that are going to be coming online within the next year or two. One of them being here within Maffeo Sutton Park, where we are right now. We are going to be constructing a new washroom facility for the community. It's going to be a really high-quality facility with a lot of public art integrated within it. It is funded by the Growing Communities Fund, and it's also going to be helping to support the public events that we have down here in the park with additional washrooms. We also have the Westwood Lake Park washrooms that we are currently constructing that'll be completed within 2025. Those come with a whole host of recreation improvements to the space, completing trails, expanding the beach, giving new space for people to walk, lounge, roll, sit, whatever they want to do, and I'm really excited to see that coming online this spring.
Like our parks, most of Nanaimo's roads are maintained by the city and its contractors as well. City staff coordinate road improvements to take place at the same time that our underground services come up for upgrades and renewal. This streamlines the work and ultimately means less development time, less cost, and less time tearing up the roads. Nanaimo's iconic Commercial Street is the latest street to be undergoing both underground service work and street level improvements. This is James Knight, Capital Project Management Specialist with the City of Nanaimo. James, we're standing here on Commercial Street. Tell me all about what's going on.
Well, we're well underway for phase 1 of Design Commercial Project. We're here to create a more event-ready space, more pedestrian-friendly, more accessible. Going to have some green elements. A lot of people that we heard from in the community, as well as our key stakeholders, was that we want a greener downtown. We're going to have some trees with soil cells. We're going to have some landscaping. We're also going to have better lighting elements, so it's going to be maybe more inviting in the evenings. Maybe people are going to feel a bit safer. There's going to be some street furniture, and really looking forward to seeing what it looks like when the project's finished.
Yeah, I can't wait. It sounds like it's going to be amazing. So now let's talk a little bit about the future. This is one phase of perhaps many. Tell me about that.
Yeah, we have 4 phases currently planned and maybe a 5th in the works. So the intent when the project is finally completed is to go all the way from Front Street and where the Cenotaph is to Tideline Park at the intersection of Wallace and Albert and Victoria Road.
Nanaimo is now 100,000 people strong and is one of the fastest growing cities in BC. That in itself has a huge impact on the city's budget. We're here with Mayor Leonard Krogh. Now, Leonard, let's talk about budget. Why is it important?
Look, the budget is important because the budget is how we tell the people what we're doing with the money we collect from them in taxes and fees that they pay for various programs. It's a basic of democracy. People deserve to know where their money's being spent, and us as a city explaining why we're spending it. The city is a growing community. This is not the sleepy coal town it was 50, 60 years ago. This is a community that is attracting people from around the world, and we need the infrastructure and the services commensurate with that kind of growth and development.
Now, you mentioned some services. Let's talk about some other services that might be important to the people of Nanaimo.
Look, parks and recreation are incredibly important. I mean, goodness knows if I mention pickleball, everyone's going to get excited. Pickleball's become a growing sport. That requires courts. We just spent over $500,000 new courts at Bevan Park. And in addition, obviously, the infrastructure. Look, the water, the sewer, the garbage, the delivery of those kinds of basic services are crucial. And that's what the budget's all about.
For a look at the budget and opportunities to ask questions, visit the city's website. In the meantime, enjoy the wonderful community and the services that truly are Nanaimo.
Ms. Mercer and Mr. Burgos and everyone else involved, congratulations again. I think it's wonderful. Not just because I'm in it, of course. I don't bring that kind of ego to political life at all.
I was happy to share the spotlight this year, so it was nice to have each of the departments kind of provide their perspective on the budget. So I'm going to pass it over to Ms. Fulla to take you through the 2025-2029 draft financial plan and all its highlights.
Ms. Fuller, please.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Before we get started, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the staff in the Finance Department, in particular, Financial Planning and Accounting Services. As you are aware, we have had multiple long-term vacancies. This is also our first year completing the budget using our new budget software, and we are engaged in a project to implement the new ERP system to replace SAP. It's been busy, and staff really have gone above and beyond to bring this budget to you here today. I'd also like to acknowledge the hundreds of staff from departments across the city who work on the project plan and the operating budget that make up the financial plan we are presenting. The 2025 to 2029 financial plan continues to move the city forward on the integrated action plan and support your strategic plan. So today, we're going to provide an overview of the financial plan. We're going to look at our 2025 departmental key initiatives, and we're also going to look at the 2025 to 2029 draft project plan. On December 2nd, we're going to have an e-town hall where residents will have an opportunity to engage with you about the draft financial plan, and we also plan to take the user rate bylaws for first 3 readings that evening. On December 4th, a number of external organizations who receive city funding will be presenting to you, and will also preview the decision slides for December 6th. On December 6th, we'll be seeking direction from Council on changes you would like incorporated into the financial plan before we return on the 16th to bring the financial plan bylaw for first 3 readings with a targeted adoption in January. Between January and April, the budget will continue to be updated for changes to estimates as well as directives we receive from you. We will return to Council in April to provide an update and seek final direction before the final budget is approved prior to that May 15th deadline. The 2025 draft property tax increase is 8.7%, which does include 1% for asset management. The budget does not reflect all final benefit rates or the potential project to upgrade the public works yard. Prior to final budget, estimates for items such as investment income, building permit revenue, and casino revenue will be reviewed and updated if needed. The draft budget uses a conservative number for growth, which will be updated when we receive the final number in the spring. There are a number of decision slides for Council's consideration, some which will increase the property tax rate, and others that will give you an opportunity to reduce property taxes. This is also the final year of using funding from the Special Initiatives Reserve to lower taxes as part of the strategy coming out of the pandemic. The projected future tax rates reflect the fact that the VICC debt will be paying out in 2026 and 2027, and the ending of the 5-year funding commitment that Council previously made for the Nanaimo Systems Planning Organization. Projected user fee increases for 2025 are 4% for sewer, 5% for water, and the annual rate for residential collection will increase to $241. Sewer and water increases include increases to the contributions to both the sewer and water asset management reserves, and the increases are in line with the utility rate review and the 20-year investment plan recommendations. Now, this slide recaps our recent property tax increases. When reviewing this slide, it's important to remember that in the last 4 years, so between 2021 and 2024, we began implementation of the new fire master plan that included 20 new career firefighters in 2023. We implemented a 12-person community safety officer program. We added 2 community clean teams that consist of 4 individuals. We added 16 new RCMP members, plus 3 in 2020. Council has also added resources to help maintain service levels as the city continues to grow, and we've been recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic where we saw higher inflationary increases. When we look at our neighbors and cities of similar size, you can see how Nanaimo compares. It's important to remember when looking at other municipalities that they don't all provide the same services or fund the services in the same way. As well, the value of a typical home can vary substantially. For example, in Kamloops, the lowest value on the list, the typical home is just over $694,000. Saanich has the highest at almost $1.3 million. The 2024 comparison is reflected here in a graph to help you show how Nanaimo's property taxes compare. What will 8.7% mean for the typical home? Well, the average home in Nanaimo, whose values change the same as Class 1, will see approximately a $240 increase. This doesn't include amounts that we collect on behalf of other governments. When you add in user fee changes, the impact will be approximately $293. The $3,091 in property taxes breaks down as $2,554 for the day-to-day services received. So this is maintaining our parks and sports fields, recreation and culture facilities, community safety such as police, fire, and our community safety officers, as well as the maintenance of our roads and our storm sewer infrastructure. $41 will go for the debt servicing at the VICC and Fire Station number 4. $328 will go into reserves. This includes contributions to our General Asset Management Reserve, our Equipment Depreciation Reserve, our IT and Photocopier Reserve, the Climate Action Reserve, as well as the reserves for Q Field and Harewood Artificial Turf Fields. And $168 will go to projects. So $8.82 million, which is a 5% increase over our base 2024 funding. Now this chart shows how the city services, so how the $2,554 break down. The largest portion does go to support the RCMP at $662. We have $454 for Nanaimo Fire Rescue Operations, which does include the provision of 911 services as well as emergency management. $449 will support Parks and Recreation. $283 is for Engineering and Public Works, keeping in mind sewer, water, and most sanitation costs are funded from user fees, not property taxes. We have $289 for corporate services. So corporate services includes finance, IT, corporate and business development, under which the VICC, Tourism Nanaimo, and the Nanaimo Prosperity Corporation fall. As well, we include a number of general government expenses under corporate services, such as committed contingency, where we have funding set aside for a new IAFF contract. It includes such things as other grants that we give to NALT and CatNap, who will be presenting next week, as well as things like corporate insurance. Police services at $129 is our municipal employees who support our CMP operations, as well as the operation of our police facilities. And then just so everyone's aware, city admin includes our CAO office, HR and ledge services, and public safety is bylaw, including animal control, our community safety officers program, and social planning. So when you break it all down, it's approximately $7 a day you're paying for all the services you're receiving from the city. Total revenue for the city is budgeted at $276 million, which will provide funding for operations, projects, reserves, and the Vancouver Island Regional Library. Revenues exclude any new borrowing and transfers from reserves, as those are considered a funding source, not revenue. As you can see, 61.4% of our revenue is made up from property taxes. And then I just wanted to point out other revenues so that people understand what that includes. That's such things as property rental, our 911 levy revenue, our hotel tax, tax penalties and interest, and adjustment on MFA debt. Our draft operating budget is $214 million, and this will provide funding for operations and maintenance. It does not include funding for projects, both capital and operating, or the Vancouver Island Regional Library. On this chart, we've broken out community services into 3 categories. We have community safety, which includes Nanaimo Fire Rescue, public safety, and police services. Then we've broken out the RCMP and Parks, Recreation, and Culture. The RCMP at $37.7 million and community safety at $45.8 million form a significant portion of the city's operating budget. We've also broken out the Port of Nanaimo Centre. The Port of Nanaimo Centre includes the operation of the Vancouver Island Conference Centre, as well as the common areas of the building the city is responsible for, and includes a $100,000 a year capital replacement budget, as well as the debt servicing related to the VICC. We have shown sewer and water here separately from engineering and public works. And looking at corporate services, in addition to the other items that I previously mentioned are included under corporate services, here you're also seeing the post-employment benefits, which are funded from reserves, the hotel tax payover, which is funded by MRDT revenue, as well as the BIA, so the business improvement area. We have 2 business improvement areas that properties participate in, and we collect taxes on their behalf and pay it over. So let's look at the 2025 key budget drivers. We'll start first looking at the expense side. We have a $1.5 million increase for the contribution to the Asset Management Reserve. This was one of the approved recommendations from the 20-year investment plan update last year. We have a $106,000 increase for fleet charges. So fleet charges are the monthly or hourly rate charged to departments for the use of a city fleet vehicle. The rate includes operating costs, a portion of the cost of running the fleet shop, as well as funding for the future replacement of the unit. Part of this increase is a reflection of the fact that we have been adding staff, and some of those staff have city units they use in their day-to-day work, and those units are starting to arrive, so now the fleet charges are coming. We're also seeing increasing costs for the replacement costs of vehicles, and because that forms part of the fleet charge, that's putting some pressure on there. We have a $116,000 increase for corporate insurance. MIABC has advised us to estimate for a 10% increase for liability insurance, plus we are also anticipating increases for our cyber and property crime insurance. We have a $102,000 decrease in expenses related to internal support for sewer and water operations. So each year, a portion of the general expenses related to departments that support sewer and water operations or projects is allocated to those funds based on an overhead calculation. For 2025, the amount charged to the sewer and water funds has increased by $102,000. So this means a decrease in expenses in the general fund. We have a $537,000 increase in IT software and subscriptions. The most significant portion of this relates to our Microsoft Enterprise Agreement. We have a $109,000 increase for janitorial supplies. The 2 big drivers here are $68,000 for our parks and $33,000 for our recreation facilities. We have a $144,000 decrease in Nanaimo Fire Rescue clothing and footwear, and that's because in 2024 we did budget to outfit the new firefighters that are starting in January. There's a long lead time. Their equipment has to be fitted to the person that's hired, so that budget was in 2024. We also have a $126,000 increase for Nanaimo Fire Rescue fire fleet replacement. So as part of the Fire Master Plan implementation, you'll remember Council made the decision to replace the rescue unit with a rescue pumper, and we also have purchased an additional piece of fire apparatus that will come online this year to support our new crew. We have a $793,000 decrease in project funding. So base project funding did go up 5% as per the 20-year plan, but this is offset by a decrease in additional funding that Council had approved in 2024 related to the Fire Master Plan, so the renovations that we needed to do to accommodate the additional staffing, as well as that new pickleball court at Bevan Park that Council added for final budget. Then we have the RCMP contract at $3.9 million. So there's 2 factors that are making up this. One is the actual increased cost to the contract, but then in the 2024 budget, you chose to budget the contract at 92%. Currently, the draft budget is at 95%, so that's driving part of the increase. But we do have a decision slide for Council on the 6th, and we will be examining at what percentage you feel comfortable budgeting that contract for 2025. We have a $176,000 increase for new traffic signal management software. And finally, on the expense side, we have $7.25 million increase for wages and benefits. So looking at this a little further, this includes 23 new positions. So we have our 20 new career firefighters starting in January. We have 3 new police support positions. So one was part of the business case that you approved, adding 15 positions over 5 years. And 2 are in support of the new body camera program. I'm sure you've seen the RCMP is bringing along body cameras, and that will require additional support of our municipal employees. As well, Council has 2 positions that they added in 2021 for the new corporate asset management system, Cartograph. During the implementation, they were funded from the project, but now the main implementation of the project has wrapped up, and those positions will now be funded from property taxes. Also included in wages and benefits are, of course, the QP contract and a contingency for a new IAFF contract. Some but not all benefit changes. As well, we're also seeing increases in wages and benefits in park recreation and culture as programs return back to their pre-pandemic levels. And you'll see we'll have some revenue when I get to the next slide that offsets some of that increase. So of the wages and benefits, approximately $3.9 million relates to Nanaimo Fire Rescue operations. And when I say Nanaimo Fire operations, I'm not just talking about the career firefighters, I'm talking about the operation of the Vieira Training Center, as well as the city mechanics that work on the fire fleet vehicles, and any city staff that works on the maintenance of the fire stations. You also have to keep in mind that $3.9 million includes the 20 new firefighters starting in January, and you also have the progression along the pay scale of the 20 firefighters that started in August 2023. Looking at the revenue side, as I mentioned, things are returning back to pre-pandemic levels in parks, recreation, and culture. So we see a $176,000 increase in aquatics and a $125,000 increase in arenas. And these figures are shown net of the transfer to the facility development reserve. We have a $263,000 increase in grants in lieu. This is funding we receive from the provincial and federal governments and their agencies and crown corporations that are exempt from property taxation. So examples would be like the Canada Post property, the ICBC property, WCB. Those are some examples. We have a $1.1 million decrease in investment income. So as you are aware, interest rates have started to decline, and this will impact our return on investment. But I do want to point out that our anticipated investment income is still above historic returns. We have a $130,000 increase in grant funding for our Camp Sensation program. This grant is still to be confirmed. However, if we don't receive the funding, you will see a decrease in expenditures, as this is a cost-neutral program for the city. We have a $302,000 decrease in reserve funding. So this is a result of two things. One, we were funding the CAM's software license from reserves during the implementation, so that funding is now finished. And we had a decrease of $200,000 related to reserve funding for reducing property taxes due to COVID. So we had $300,000 from reserves in 2024. We're using $100,000 from reserves in 2025, and we are not using any reserve funding in 2026 to reduce property taxes. Then we have other changes. So these are all the drivers that are less than six figures, and they total a $594,000 increase. Some examples include $99,000 for our commitment for supportive housing units at the former Travelers Lodge, a $93,000 increase for our animal control contract, a $94,000 increase in landscaping, and a $78,000 decrease in debt servicing as we eliminated the planned short-term borrowing. So those are just a few of the examples of the hundreds of lines that make up the $594,000. And finally, we have the projected impact of growth less supplements, and this is at $1.1 million. We're using a conservative number for growth right now of $1.2 million, but of course that'll be updated for the final budget when we have final growth numbers. The net impact of all these changes is $13 million, or an 8.7% property tax increase. So the next slide here provides a breakdown by percentage, and you will see, as Mr. Lindsay said, that public safety is a significant cost driver for the city. So we have 4 business cases that have been prepared for council's consideration, and they are not included in the financial plan at this time. We have the Community Safety Action Plan strategy, which has options for increasing the Community Safety Officer program, as well as increased resources for public space cleanliness. And we have a business case for an assistant manager financial planning, an assistant manager current planning, and additional RCMP members. These business cases will be included as decision points on December 6th for council deliberations. So at December 31st, the city had outstanding external debt of $38.2 million. This includes Fire Station Number 1 and VICC, which are both funded from property taxes. We have the Fire Station Number 4. Fire Station Number 1 is funded from the General Asset Management Reserve. We have sanitation debt funded from user fees, and this is for 4 refuse trucks, and one of those borings will be finished in 2025. And then, of course, we have the water treatment plant, which is being funded by water user fees. We also have 2 internal borings related to sewer DCC projects for which the debt servicing is currently being funded by sewer operations, as there is insufficient funding in the sewer DCC reserve to repay the debt and undertake needed sewer DCC projects. The budget also includes 2 new borrowings. We have an internal borrowing for DCC SS 44, Hammond Bay and Turner area in 2025. Council did pass an internal borrowing resolution last year for this project, but at final budget, the project was delayed to 2025. There is also external borrowing for the Wilcox Secondary Access Project, which of course would be subject to both council and electoral approval. Debt servicing is budgeted to be funded from the General Asset Management Reserve, so there will be no impact to property taxes. As planning on this project proceeds and timing is refined, staff will continue to explore other funding sources for this project as well. Now this slide here just shows the projected outstanding debt for the next 5 years, and then we also have shown it here for the next 20 years, along with the related debt servicing costs. Now, how much we can borrow is governed by our liability servicing limit, which is 25% of our controllable and sustainable revenues for the year. At December 31st, our limit was $57.8 million for annual principal and interest, and we were at 13.1% of our limit. This slide shows the debt servicing limits for our neighbors and similarly sized municipalities. Unfortunately, the province does not update their website during provincial elections, so we cannot provide 2023 comparables. And finally, reserves. The city has a reserve policy that governs the development, maintenance, and use of reserves, including the requirement of minimum reserve balances where appropriate. The financial planning process strives to maintain the recommended target minimum balances for those reserves for all 5 years of the financial plan. The city has both operating and statutory reserves, and statutory reserves are authorized by the community charter and/or city bylaws and can only be used as authorized. The projected 2025 closing reserve balance is $170.6 million, which is made up of approximately 13% sewer reserves, 23% water reserves, and 63% general reserves. DCCs can only be used for projects that are identified in the DCC bylaw, and the current projected closing balance is made up of approximately 34% DCC reserves. And we'll be talking more about reserves when we get to the project presentation, because they are a major funding source for projects. And then we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fuller. Questions? Councillor Thorpe, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. Through you, if I may. Every year I'm just so impressed with the work and the detail that goes into reports like this, so thank you, Ms. Fulla and Ms. Mercer and staff. And my question that I ask every year at this time is this. Will we consider having a possibly shortened version or abbreviated version of this presentation shown to the public prior to our town hall meeting, because I think it would provide excellent background. I don't know if that's...
Through the chair to Councillor Thorpe, yes, we have prepared a PowerPoint for Ms. Mercer to present prior to the start of the town hall.
Thanks. I think it'd be really worthwhile. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Perino.
Thank you, Your Worship, and a question through you to Ms. Fulla. You're so succinct, concise, a little fast. So I'm wondering if you could just go over one thing for me. When you talked about the 2025 key budget drivers under the expenditures, I just wanted you to just talk about the staff again, because you had talked about the 23 new staff, I believe, and I just wondered if you just go through that piece for me again. I was trying to just make some notes, and I missed some of.
Through the chair to Councillor Perino, I sure can. I'm just going to flip back here in my notes so I don't miss anything.
It's. I mean, you're so good. It's just a little fast one.
Yeah.
But I like it. It's good. It's good.
So there is 23 new positions in the budget. So we have 20 that are the new career firefighters that are starting in January. But then we have 3 in police support services. So one of those is a position, you'll remember a few years ago, there was a business case to add 15 positions over 5 years. 2025 is the 4th year of that 5 years. So there's 1 position for that. And then there's 2 positions related to the new body camera program. So we're actually adding 3 positions for the body camera program. 2 will be in 2025, and the other one is in 2026. Then you recall, back in 2021, we added the project to do a corporate asset management system. So we purchased Cartograph software, and during the implementation of that project, there was 3 staff hired. 1 was a temporary staff position that will end at the end of this year, and 2 were permanent staff positions. So those 2 permanent staff positions were funded through project funding during the implementation, but now in 2025, they will become a permanent addition to the IT department, because of course, when you bring on a system like that, you need support to keep the project going, to keep upgrading it, and all that goes with a new software system. So then also included in our wages and benefits, there are of course QP and management increases. We have a contingency for the IAFF. So as you know, their contract does expire at the end of this year. So we have set money aside as we start negotiations with IAFF. Then we also have some benefit changes, but not all benefit changes. We don't have the final, for example, WCB rate in. We don't have our final extended health rates in. We'll pick those up for final. And we anticipate that growth will offset those final benefit changes when we make those changes. And then, of course, as I mentioned, you see aquatics and arenas of revenue going up, but that also does mean that they are bringing in some more temporary, part-time, on-call staff, because, of course, when you have more people participating in the programs, it does require more resources to run those programs. And then I talked a little bit about, I can just recap again, of that budget increase, about 3.9 million relates to Nanaimo Fire Rescue. And when I say Nanaimo Fire Rescue, I'm not just talking about the career firefighters. We have 2 fire fleet mechanics who work on the fire apparatus. We have a few city staff that provide maintenance on the facilities there. And then we have our Vieira operations, so there's increases there. And then you have not just the 20 new firefighters that you're adding, but those 20 you added in 2023, there is a pay scale that goes along with IAFF, and as they gain more experience in the job, they do move up a pay scale, so they don't just get a rate increase according to their contract, but they move up that pay scale. So you're still seeing the effects of the impact of hiring those 20 firefighters in August 2023. Hopefully I was a little slow.
That was great. No, it was great. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Worship. And thank you for the presentation, always so impressive. First question is, we historically underestimate growth figures. Is that accurate? I feel like every year they're bigger than we anticipate.
Through the chair to Councillor Hemmons, we try to be conservative because we would hate to come back at final and say that growth was higher than anticipated or lower than anticipated, and now the property tax increase is higher. Using a conservative figure also allows that if there are some changes in estimates, that it won't have a huge impact on property taxes, hopefully. So right now we have an estimate for, say, investment income. We'll revisit that, and if interest rates keep declining, there's always a possibility that we might have to lower that. So we like to leave a bit of a buffer there, because we'd rather come back at final and say property tax increase is going to be lower than we were anticipating rather than higher. Generally, our estimate has been on the lower side. There was one year we were sweating, and it barely was above our conservative estimate. At this point, we are expecting that it is going to be higher from preliminary numbers that we're getting, so we do expect that there will be a bit of a decrease in the property tax rate from whatever you approve at provisional based on growth, depending, of course, if you make other directives prior to final.
Right, thank you. That's my recollection. And regarding slide that's on page 10 of my agenda, it's total property taxes for the average home, and it breaks it down by services, reserves, projects, and debt servicing. And just for my own understanding, the projects in that category, those are all of our capital projects.
So the amount we're referring to there is the base funding you provide for projects. So we had that $8 million base funding, with now it's our second year of a 5% increase. So I believe off the top of my head, it's about 8.82 million for 2025. So that's the portion from property taxes that will fund our project plan. The remaining funding from the project plan is made up reserves, grants, private contributions, borrowing, so you saw the borrowing for the Wilcox that we have, and also internal borrowing.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Manley, please.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. very succinct. Went through a lot of stuff pretty quick. The Wellcox borrowing, that is external borrowing?
Through the chair to, I'm having a mind blank.
Councillor
Councillor Manley, sorry, mind blank there. That would be external borrowing. So of course that would require approval from both council as well as the elector. But we are also looking at if there is other ways to fund the project. So the project is still in the development phase, and as timing and costs are refined, we will look if there's other opportunities, potential to use general asset management money. Do we want to use community works funding? So we will look at other options, but right now, to have it in the plan and to have a balanced financial plan, our recommendation is external borrowing with the debt servicing from the general asset management reserve.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was curious about, because we hadn't talked about electoral approval for that one yet. The Microsoft increase, I think, was like $500,000. Is that just because of we're switching over systems for with Microsoft? I know we're getting into like professional IT security systems, which is good, given the kind of hacking that's going on, foreign interference, and etc.
So, through your worship to Councillor Manley, yes. Long story short, there's numerous reasons for the increase to our Microsoft subscription cost. One of which is, as we bring in auditors every year to take a look at our financial books, is that Microsoft and other vendors will do something similar, and making sure that the license that we're paying for actually represents the number of licenses that are actually being deployed, whether it's for user licenses or server licenses or other appliances. It's called a true-up. And so what we learned this year is we brought in one of our partners to come in to do a true-up for us. It was identified there were several servers and some user licenses that were just not being paid for. Hence the increase that we're looking at currently. And then to your point earlier, and I apologize for any facetiousness that I came across on, is that we are in the process of needing to upgrade our basic license, our basic user account, our Microsoft user account, to something that's higher grade. So it does have the capabilities in terms of productivity, communication, but more importantly, security, and then back-end administration. So this is a much more easier process, or less complicated process, in terms of dealing with and managing over 1,000 licenses for the staff.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question was just around firefighters. So we added 20 firefighters, and were there, I'm getting logged out of eScribe. We added 20 firefighters. Were there more is that 20 total that we were adding? I thought that there was more than that, and there was some in 1 year and some in another year. And
Through the chair to Councillor Manley, we added 20 firefighters in August 2023, and then we're adding 20 new firefighters starting January of 2025. So 40 firefighters in total as part of the Fire Master Plan implementation.
Yeah, that's what I recollected, and that is super important, and I hope the public's paying attention to that. And I just a note on insurance. I got my insurance bill for 2025, and I choked last year. My insurance is increasing faster, much higher than tax increases, and it's kind of an example of the increases that we're seeing overall in all kinds of different things, but insurance in particular, because of the climate disasters that we're seeing across the country, and insurance has to pay out for that kind of thing, and it just kind of goes to show that climate change is having an impact on bottom dollar for everybody, including the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Not seeing any further questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Fulla. We are on to key initiatives now. Ms. Mercer, please.
Thank you. So as with last year, I will wait for the presentation to come up.
Your Worship, just while Ms. Mercer's picking this up, this is going to take longer than 15 minutes. I'm just wondering if council wants to take your break 15 minutes early and then come back to this rather than stop halfway through.
It's an excellent suggestion, the kind of leadership that I expect from our CAO. We'll take the morning break. Ms. Mercer, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. So while they're getting that up, as with last year, instead of each department presenting their whole 2025 business plan, I will be going through the 2025 key initiatives for each area. So each department has identified some key items that they would like me to highlight and from each slide. So this will give you a high-level overview of some of the things that are planned for 2025. Of course, all of the details for each department are included in their 2025 business plans that have been provided to you on your budget pages. So if you have any questions regarding any of the initiatives discussed, staff are here to answer their individual department questions. So first up, we have administration, and the first area under that is human resources. So the Human Resources Department provides professional human resource services, specialized advice, and support to the organization. A key priority for 2025 that relates to Council's strategic framework is the growth and development of training opportunities as they relate to First Nations history and cultural competencies in general. Oh, probably should forward that. HR staff will continue to be an integral part of the new ERP replacement project, and will have time from their staff dedicated to work on the project during 2025. As well, HR will undertake negotiations with IAFF in 2025, as the current collective agreement will expire on December 31st of 2024. There is a desire on both sides of the table to negotiate wage and term only, just those two items for 2025 and 2026. And the hope is that staff will be back in front of council early in 2025 with an update on negotiations. Next, we have legislative services and communications. So the legislative services section is responsible for running civic elections and referendums and oversees the administration of council and committee meetings. In keeping with the city plan, legislative services will continue to support the Advisory Committee on Accessibility and Inclusiveness, as well as the Public Safety Committee in 2025. And those are in addition to all of the numerous council and other committee meetings that they administer. So if needed, staff will facilitate any alternative approval processes or referendums that may be required in 2025. Key priorities for legislative services in 2025 that relate to Council's strategic framework are to continue to explore ways to improve access for council and committee meetings and materials. They will continue to work on the records management program, as well as continue the implementation and training for the city's privacy management program to ensure alignment and privacy compliance for all city initiatives. The communications section supports council-approved initiatives as well as ongoing city operations and programs. For 2025, communications will focus on accessibility, inclusive language, community engagement, and First Nation relations. In alignment with Council's strategic framework, communications will continue to explore opportunities to enhance communication through programs and initiatives, improving the city's website, making it more accessible, and enhancing public engagement. So the next section is corporate services. And first up is corporate and business development. And the corporate and business development section is responsible for managing the city's real estate assets, delivering economic development services, and providing oversight of the city's external agencies. So that's the Nanaimo Prosperity Corporation and the Tourism Nanaimo Society. And in addition to this, the department helps to deliver strategic projects. As there are many projects outlined in the city plan and the integrated action plan, the corporate and business department or development team will work collaboratively with departments across the city to help deliver these projects. So two examples of where the team is involved in these type of projects are the South End Community Center and the update to the RCMP detachment projects. Oops, pardon me.
If I may, where are we with the transit hub in terms of timing?
Thanks, Your Worship. The transit exchange at Front Street is at a 30% design level right now. I think Mr. Stewart should be in front of council in December just to provide an update and a project agreement with our partners at RDN and BC Transit. So we still expect I believe the intent is to start construction later in 2025.
Thanks very much. Appreciate that.
Okay. So many of the integrated action plan initiatives illustrated in the department's 2025 business plan are delivered with other internal City of Nanaimo teams or with external partners. So staff will be an integral part of the development of the One Port Drive property, and will work on this will continue into 2025. As well, staff will continue to support and work with Tourism Nanaimo and the Nanaimo Prosperity Corporation to help coordinate joint initiatives. And of course, staff will be heavily involved in the transition of the MRDT, or the Hotel Tax Administration, as it moves to Tourism Nanaimo in 2025. As always, the team will continue to work with other departments to help deliver the key projects that are outlined in the strategic framework. And the strategic priority of communicating with the community is a key initiative for this team, and they will work with the communications department to ensure that the public has access to information regarding key initiatives and projects throughout 2025. Next up, we have finance. And the Finance and Supply Chain Management Department is responsible for safeguarding of the city's financial assets and plans in order to ensure that the financial stability and viability of the city. One of the deliverables identified in the city plan is the review and update of the DCC bylaw. So work on the update has started, and that was started in 2023, and finance staff will continue to support the project through to the completion, which is expected in 2025. With governance and corporate excellence in mind, the finance team is continually looking for improvements to policies and processes, so that will continue as with every other year, just looking at where we can make improvements. As well, the implementation of a new ERP system will continue to be a key deliverable for the finance department in 2025. So the project is moving into its testing phase now, so staff will be heavily involved with that over the coming year. Like the corporate and business development team, the finance department will continue to work with staff across all departments to help deliver key projects outlined in Council's strategic framework. So next we have information technology and GIS. And the IT department provides leadership in innovative application of technology, geographic information system services, that's GIS, and the city's website, desktop, and mobile computing, network and voice technologies. For both Integrated Action Plan priorities number 16 and 120, the IT and GIS roles are support and partnerships. And those are with the sustainability team relating to the urban tree canopy management strategy, and parks, recreation and culture, revenue services and communications to increase the accessibility of the city's services across all interaction types. So that's in person, on the phone, or over the internet. Work in relation to the strategic priority of social health and public safety challenge is where the IT department will partner with the facilities group to upgrade CCTV cameras at the Nanaimo Aquatic Center and the Stadium District in 2025. In 2024, the GIS team assisted social planning and the CSOs with the point in time count, and will continue to support public safety programs with web-based mapping tools in 2025. The IT department plays a pivotal role in implementing two key initiatives relating to the strategic priorities of maintaining and growing current services and capital assets. Along with finance, supply chain management, and HR, the IT department will continue to play a pivotal role in implementing the new ERP systems. They play a high project management function of that project. As well, IT will complete phase 2 and 3 of the audio-visual upgrade project at the Vancouver Island Conference Center in 2025. So phase 2 of the project will see upgrades to electrical, audio, network cabling, and installation of amplifiers and speakers throughout the conference center, while phase 3 will see upgrades to the display infrastructure, and that includes projectors, screens, and digital displays. With an eye to increasing governance and corporate excellence, the IT team will continue to implement a multi-year cybersecurity roadmap that includes hardware, software, and staff training investments. They will work with legislative services to ensure technology initiatives comply with provincial and federal legislative standards, and they will work with finance to ensure that the city's credit card transaction processes comply with payment card industry, or PCI, standards. So the next group is community services, and we will start with community safety and jump right into public safety. So the Public Safety Department enhances community safety and contributes to creating safe neighborhoods and public spaces through proactive education, enforcement of regulations and bylaws, and planning, development, and coordination of programs to meet the community's social needs. Initiatives relating to a healthy Nanaimo that support vulnerable people in the community has the team working on leading the Nanaimo Acute Response Table. And this is the multi-agency team that addresses specific situations where harm is imminent to persons or families. And this provides connections to services and supports for more than 20 agencies. Working with BC Housing to increase shelter capacity and to provide safe, inclusive warming spaces for unsheltered citizens will continue in 2025. And the implementation of the Downtown Nanaimo Community Safety Action Plan, which includes initiatives such as Community Safety Officer Program, Vandalism Grant Relief, and enhanced sanitation services. The long-awaited Navigation Center for Nanaimo that was first announced in 2020 is now a reality. So the development of a 60-unit facility in partnership with BC Housing is now underway at 1030 Victoria Road and is expected to open in the winter of 2025. Also in 2025, the city will continue to provide a variety of low and no-cost support services, including emergency warming shelters that provide unsheltered citizens with locations to be indoors during extreme winter weather, and a shower program providing hygiene services. With the number of homeless and unsheltered people in the community rising, the city will continue to provide infrastructure that provides potable water, washroom, and access to basic hygiene services to the vulnerable populations. Through the city, the public safety team will also continue to provide rent supplements and funds the rent bank to support low-income individuals and families who are in financial hardship and at risk of housing loss. And these all contribute to a healthy Nanaimo. The Community Safety Officer Unit was created in 2020 to support downtown residents and businesses and vulnerable populations as recommended in the Downtown Nanaimo Community Safety Action Plan. So a recent evaluation of that plan has found that the CSO program has been very effective in improving social conditions and public safety in the downtown core, but require additional resources to maintain service levels under increasing challenging circumstances. So a business case has been developed and will be presented for council's consideration at the budget session next Friday. And next up, we have Nanaimo Fire Rescue. So Nanaimo Fire Rescue provides services to preserve life, property, and the environment, contributing to the well-being of the community. Under A Green Nanaimo, Nanaimo Fire Rescue will be working on several initiatives in 2025. They will work to ensure that residents receive timely hazard warnings so that they can take precautionary measures to protect their families, homes, and businesses. And this increases awareness and empowers quick action during emergencies. As well, they will continue to educate the community on fire smart principles to reduce wildfire risks and foster a culture of fire prevention and resilience. And this helps citizens manage the risk of on their personal properties, promoting safer neighborhoods. As with 2024, the majority of the city plan initiatives for the Nanaimo Fire Rescue relate to a healthy Nanaimo. So Nanaimo Fire Rescue will focus on fire prevention in commercial and public buildings through building plan checks, business inspection, safety plan reviews, fire code enforcement, public education, and fire investigations. These efforts reduce fire risk and ensure safer environments for the community. To promote a healthy workforce, Nanaimo Fire Rescue is expanding mental health resources for fire department staff, including counseling and peer support to improve morale and job performance. As the community grows, Nanaimo Fire Rescue will do an annual review of staffing levels, considering population growth and community needs. So proactive planning ensures high standards of safety and responsiveness is maintained. The department will annually review and update the emergency response and recovery plan based on new risks to ensure effective response during a crisis. Nanaimo Fire Rescue proudly supports building community relationships and strengthening public safety through initiatives such as bystander CPR, smoke alarms save lives, Fire Smart, and Take Home Naloxone programs. And those will all continue into 2025. Nanaimo Fire Rescue will continue to build capacity and resilience to serve the community through the Fire Master Plan, with the onboarding of 20 new firefighters hired for January 1st, 2025, and the completion of the renovations to stations 2, 3, and 4 to accommodate this new growth. With a view to increasing governance and corporate excellence, the department will undertake the updating of the new Fire Protection and Life Safety Bylaw in response to the new Fire Safety Act. So the BC Fire Safety Act introduces updated safety standards, regulations, and procedures that align with current fire prevention practices. The department strives to enhance governance and corporate excellence through the Vancouver Island Emergency Response Academy, or VIERA. So VIERA is a learning institute serving over 180 fire departments and reduces the costs to Nanaimo firefighter training that is required. VIERA will continue to work to expand training to safety professionals across the region. In addition, they will be working on developing a new platoon captain Fire 3 training program to provide more complex leadership role training. And just as a reminder, revenues that VIERA generates helps to offset Nanaimo Fire Rescue operating costs. And lastly, the Nanaimo Fire Rescue will take a key role in carrying out all capital projects relating to their department in 2025. Next up is Police Services and RCMP. So the city contracts with the RCMP for policing services and provides the building, equipment, and support staff for the RCMP through the Police Services Department. So the detachment capacity issues continue to be an ongoing stressor for staff and operations. Police Services staff will continue to support the RCMP and the city in the implementation of the design, development, and construction of a new detachment to address these capacity issues. In support of the strategic goal of maintaining and growing current services, Police Services has proposed a 2026 project to do another review of municipal employee levels and resource requirements for the Nanaimo detachment. And this will compare equivalent or similar sized communities and detachments throughout the province. So work will get underway in 2025 on this to prepare for the review in 2026. So like Police Services, the RCMP will be heavily involved in the design, development, and construction of a new detachment, and more information will be coming to you in 2025 on that project. In alignment with Council's strategic framework priority for social, health, and public safety challenges, the Nanaimo Detachment's annual priorities are focused on crime reduction relating to repeat violent offenders, controlled drug and substances, youth gang awareness, and road safety. They will also focus on community public safety through specialized medical health unit or health supports for individuals in crisis and partnerships between Island Health and community partners. Under the strategic priority of communicating with the community, the RCMP will hold an open house at the detachment during National Police Week during the week of May 15th to the 21st in 2025. Several initiatives under governance and corporate excellence will be a focus for the RCMP in 2025 as well. And this will include employee wellness with a focus on long-term sick management and the morale of members and municipal support staff. Proactive recruiting at the department will be key in being able to respond to the ever-changing landscape of policing in Nanaimo, the province, and the country. And next up is the Parks, Rec, and Culture part of community services. And first up is facility and park operations. So first, we'll talk about facility operations. So they oversee the overall care and maintenance of many of the city-owned facilities. Facility operations, along with facility assets management section in engineering, will continue to look at ways to incorporate green technology and initiatives into operations. As well, the facilities crew will continue to work through accessibility audits and incorporate modifications and improvements to enhance the usability of facilities for all patrons. Facility operations will continue to work on a structure that replaces the boat at the Nanaimo Aquatic Center with one that includes universal accessibility. And this supports the city plan goal of an empowered Nanaimo. In support of a healthy Nanaimo, facilities as part of the Beban Park Working Group will continue to work on the implementation of the Beban Park Master Plan, incorporating capital and asset management plans, as well as working with community-driven opportunities supported through the city plan. To help address social health and public safety challenges, facility operations will continue to have facilities audited for improved accessibility opportunities. In addition, they will continue with the privacy impact assessment process and have CCTV cameras installed in key facilities. The CAMS project, or the Capital Asset Management System project, will continue to be implemented for the city facilities in 2025. The immediate benefit will be consistent and correct life cycle data, timely, efficient, and trackable work order system, and inventory control leading to financial efficiencies. With the goal of governance and corporate excellence in mind, facility operations will work with other municipalities and external organizations, as well as other departments, to incorporate best practices. Working with other municipalities provides an opportunity to share concerns and solutions. So our next section here is park operations. So they oversee the care and maintenance of all city-owned parkland, multi-use trail systems, and outdoor activity venues. This section is very excited to deliver on a number of integrated action plan items in the city plan that relate to the preservation and restoration of precious natural areas in our parks. So some of these items include the Cat Stream. So this is a fish-bearing stream that flows through the urban area in central and south Nanaimo. In 2025, the city will continue to partner with local stewardship groups on invasive species removal efforts, replanting and monitoring to restore the natural ecosystems. As well, park staff are wanting to reduce the impacts of informal access to the Lotus Panatas Park, including that of ATVs. So work has begun this fall and will continue into 2025 on that project.
Ms. Mercer, I just have to step out for about 15 minutes, so we'll let Councillor Greenwood chair.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So there is a lot in store for mountain bikers in Westwood Lake Park as park operations continue with the adoption and formalization of existing trails in the park. Some of the improvements planned as part of Westwood Lake Phase 2 project will help reduce conflicts between bikes and people at First Beach. As well, staff are working with the Nanaimo Mountain Bike Club on formally adopting mountain bike trails located within the 50-acre lot on Westwood Ridges, and also on the development of Westwood's first machine-built flow trail. In addition to the work at Westwood Lake, staff will be planning work with community partners involving sports, food, and culture relating to the Beban Park Master Plan. To contribute to an empowered Nanaimo, the city will continue to work with BC Housing on the Tuxton project. The Parks team will continue to advise on landscape maintenance and design, as this will be the city's area of responsibility once the project is developed. Continuing with an empowered Nanaimo initiatives, park staff will undertake more improvements to the courts at Devereux Square Park that was recently acquired and paved in 2024. This will include more new lines, hoops, nets, and borders, improving the quality of play for basketball and hockey, making the park even more diverse and more of a destination for youth in that area. With a completed needs assessment in hand, in 2025, park staff will continue to develop the design for the new washrooms in Maffeo-Sutton Park. As well, they will support the project through a number of the important early stages of the project construction, including geotechnical and archaeological reviews and permitting. And this will work towards a goal of a prosperous Nanaimo. Park staff continue to focus on the provision of spaces that are safe, inviting, and fun to be in. Cleanliness of park spaces is a collaborative effort between parks, Public Works Clean Team, and Bylaw Services. In 2025, Parks Op is excited for the implementation of the computerized asset management system. This tool will give them a greater ability to manage assets, to implement preventative maintenance programs, and to better prioritize renewals of aging infrastructure. And this is all done with the strategic priority of maintaining and growing current services in mind. City residents care about city parks, and they let staff know when they have a concern or if they have an idea. Parks Op is a collaborative group who highly value their relationships with community partners, and they are adept communicators who believe that these relationships will help deliver meaningful and desired spaces and experiences for the community. So some examples of well-developed programs in this area include Partners in the Park, Volunteers in the Park, the Park Ambassador Program, and many, many volunteer work parties. In 2025, the Park section will deliver a number of very exciting capital projects that will be of a major benefit to the community. And a few highlights of those are the paving of Neck Point Park parking lot, upgrades to the Harewood Centennial Park Water Park, as well as the new urban forestry canopy assessment. And that wraps up facilities and park operations. Next, we are on to recreation and culture. So recreation and culture focuses on individual and community wellness through program service delivery, program development, community special events implementation, and the provision of recreation and culture facility and amenities. Culture and event staff have taken into consideration the Dark Skies assessment for the planning and implementation of the Nanaimo Illumination event planned for January 2025 to recognize Nanaimo's 150 years of incorporation. To promote a healthy Nanaimo, the Bevan Park Working Group will continue to work on the implementation of the Bevan Park Master Plan, incorporating capital and asset management plans, as well as working with community-driven opportunities throughout the city plan. As well, the BC 55 Plus Games Committee is set to host the 2025 Games in Nanaimo in September, and this will utilize a number of city's sporting facilities. Continuing with the Healthy Nanaimo theme, recreation staff, along with Nanaimo Ladysmith Public School representatives, will implement the Ecole Hammond Bay School Shared Use Agreement in January of 2025 for PRC and community use of the multipurpose rooms during non-school use times. Like other areas of PRC, recreation and culture staff will continue to work with community stakeholders to assist in moving the South End Community Center project along as per Council's direction. As well, recreation staff are working with Snuneymuxw First Nation to find ways to share cultural skills and knowledge with Nanaimo residents, and this will contribute to an empowered Nanaimo. The integrated action priorities number 118 and 119 listed on this slide are interconnected and work towards a healthy and empowered community. Staff from Recreation and Culture will continue to work with Legislative Services to support the Advisory Committee on Accessibility and Inclusiveness as required by the Accessibility BC Act. And in 2025, the Culture and Events staff will implement recommendations from the ACAI Committee on ways to make events and cultural experiences more accessible and inclusive in Nanaimo. So that covers both 119 and 118. Staff will also continue to partner with the Nanaimo Art Gallery Working Group in support of the creation of a business plan for a future new Nanaimo Art Gallery. Recreation and Culture staff will continue to work closely with Tourism Nanaimo in 2025. So the City of Nanaimo is represented by PRC staff on the Tourism Nanaimo Meetings and Events Advisory Committee. As well, PRC staff continue to focus on creating signature events across the city in the off-season by working with Tourism Nanaimo and local sport organizations as a call to action to visit the city and to support the bid processes for tournaments and festivals. So both of these initiatives promote a prosperous Nanaimo. Recreation and Culture is now being recognized as a key solution to health and well-being. So staff are now at the table collaborating with Island Health, Nanaimo Division of Family Practice, Nanaimo Ladysmith Public Schools, and the Vancouver Island University to implement a number of health-based initiatives such as recreation prescription and social prescribing. So Recreation Prescription 2.0, which is funded through the Youth Resiliency Grant, is underway in 3 elementary schools, embedded in the grade 5 curriculum and introducing recreation prescription as a way of social connectedness, improved mental health, and physical activity. Social prescribing for isolated seniors continues to find momentum, with 10 doctors in Nanaimo now writing prescriptions for social activities. Nanaimo has 2 link workers, one of which works out of the Bevan Park complex and links patients with prescriptions to the Harbor City Seniors activities. Say that 5 times fast. The Culture and Events team facilitated the administration of the 2025 Culture Operating Culture Project and Downtown Event Revitalization Fund grant streams to support vibrant, varied events in Nanaimo. Staff will continue to provide support to the grant recipients and assist where possible. The continued growth and demand of these grants the continued growth and demand of these grants supports the concept of cultural events building a higher quality of life, a stronger economy, and a more connected and socially inclusive Nanaimo. Communications is key in everything the city does, and a couple of initiatives Recreation and Culture staff are undertaking to improve communications with the community include the aquatic staff helping to facilitate the Nanaimo Drowning Prevention Coalition and will attend several community engagement opportunities throughout 2025, creating awareness and sharing knowledge on drowning prevention. The implementation and development of the new Nanaimo Performing Arts Guild will take shape in 2025. The Guild will act as the new long-term operating structure of the Old Victoria Arts Centre at 25 Victoria Road and provides the city with insights and knowledge on current trends in the industry. The Advisory Committee on Accessibility and Inclusiveness conducted a review of the Leisure Access Pass, or the LEAP Pass program, in 2020 and 2021, which resulted in 14 recommendations. So the LEAP program supports residents living below the poverty line to access recreation and culture programs and services. So with the goal of reducing barriers and increasing participation, 9 recommendations are complete, 3 are in process, and the final 2 remaining are scheduled to be initiated in 2025. And that's the end of that section. And we're now on to Engineering and Public Works. And we will start with the many sections within engineering.
I just wanted to check to see if there were any questions. Councillor Eastman?
I don't have a question so much as a comment about that section. It's really great to see all of the work happening in that area. We have a lot of our Parks and Recreation and staff here today, and our culture team, and you guys have been really, really busy, and maybe it's just nice to sit down for a little bit But it's nice to have you all here. And just with the work on the late passes, we just talked about that at the Accessibility Committee, and I don't know if I really spoke to how amazing it is to see that graph go up in terms of the number of people accessing those programs, and that speaks to the work of the last Accessibility Committee with their recommendations, and I know it's been a lot of work to implement all of those, and we're seeing the benefits of that and the amount of accessibility that's bringing to folks who really appreciate it in the community. So yeah, it's great to see this work, and it's well worth it. Thank you.
Good, thank you. I have one quick question back on page 59. Sorry to take you back.
Oh, no, that's okay.
And it was it's just regarding the Nanaimo Art Gallery, the phase development plan. So this will start in 2025, is that correct, that the development plan with a feasibility study, so it has not started yet? Sorry.
Nope. I will have Ms. Osborne come down.
Okay,
She's part of that group.
Thank you, Ms. Osborne.
Good morning, and I guess through the chair to Councillor Perino, who is the chair. The staff are working with the Nanaimo Art Gallery with the process, through the process of the business plan as directed by council. Okay. We have met several times and will continue to work through that process, and we'll be bringing back to council the recommendations as they develop.
Okay, so it'll really get going in 2025. That's the goal, right?
Yeah, we'll continue working through the process from 2024 into 2025.
Okay, good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
So first up is the transportation section. So they are the initial point of contact for businesses, residents, and visitors to Nanaimo who have inquiries or concerns regarding mobility within the city. Enhancing traffic safety is a priority relating to a connected Nanaimo for this section. Speeding is one of the most common inquiries received by the transportation staff. So enforcement is applied by the RCMP when possible. However, those resources are often directed to other priorities. So traffic calming is the tool the city has to manage these growing concerns. So funding has been set aside and will be allocated through reports to council for locations that have been prioritized through the traffic calming process in 2025. The transportation team is part of the team working on the DCC bylaw update. The DCC program, is a very important revenue source that allows the city to build the infrastructure to support growth. And updates to the DCC bylaw is underway and expected to come to council for approval in 2025. And updating the bylaw will allow the city to confirm priority projects and establish rates that reflect recent inflation. The next section we have is the municipal infrastructure section. So they look after the city's asset management and longer-term needs for water, sanitary sewer, and stormwater. There are several integrated action plan priority initiatives that relate to these areas, but one of the top priorities is the contribution to the completion of the DCC bylaw review. And again, this work will continue into 2025 and be presented to council.
Yes, Councillor Hammonds?
Thank you, Chair. Going back to that one, so at the end of 2025, we're going to have a natural asset inventory available to us. That's work scheduled for next year, and it will be completed next year. Is that accurate?
Question.
Mr. Sims will be able to answer that.
Mr. Sim?
Thanks, Chair. Through you to Councillor Hammonds, that's the intent, is to have that completed. We're again struggling with staff capacity in the group, but we are, I believe it's out for on the street, as it were, for consultant selection to undertake that inventory.
Great. I'm really interested in that project, and please correct me in my understanding if it's not accurate, that this is going to allow us to determine kind of the value of our natural assets in terms of infrastructure. I'm thinking things like Buttertubs Marsh creates drainage that we don't have to put pipes in the ground because the marsh is there. And what is the next mechanism for that? So we have the natural asset inventory. Do we then begin to treat it as an asset like we do our pipes and have reserves or projects related to? What is the step after the inventory is complete?
So once we have the inventory, that will form part of the asset management plan overall, and that will allow perhaps putting some funds in the budget for maintenance of the inventory, the natural asset inventory as a stream, as it were. Perfect. We're already spending, the city's already spending a fair bit of money. Departure Creek is a really good example. There's quite a bit of investment across all departments, in fact, from Parks, Rec and Culture to Development Services and to Public Works, in investing in Departure Creek as an example. And as an aside, we saw some coho returns this year that were pretty exciting. But that's just one example. We have some money that goes towards that. We'll be able to allocate a specific amount towards natural asset management and incorporate that into the natural asset, the asset management plan as a whole. We'll treat it like infrastructure because it provides that service.
I'm thrilled to hear that and very interested in seeing this project go forward. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor Gunsbrook.
Through you, I know the regional district is embarking on a similar project as well, and so I imagine staff would be working concurrently just so we don't have to reinvent the wheel on some of the systems in that, and have them so that they're integrated, because I imagine some of the assets would overlap a bit with the regional district.
Regional district has a fairly extensive, sorry, through the chair to Councillor Gesselbrock, the regional district has a fairly extensive natural asset inventory in place, but it's fairly high level. The city and the regional district, along with North Cowichan, are working with VIU and the MABRI, which is the Mount Arrowsmith Biosphere Research, pardon me, Mount Arrowsmith Biosphere Reserve Research Initiative. I'm sorry about that. That's always a mouthful. Working with that group to embed some of the knowledge within VIU for this ecological accounting process, which is kind of a stream of natural assets. So we're already sort of cooperating on a lot of that sort of stuff, yes.
Great, thanks. And there was actually coho in the Cat Stream, kind of almost up to where the ballpark is, and they had managed to get over top of a dam of thrown out garden chairs and refuse, which was pretty amazing. So it's great that the streams are getting some attention.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Mercer.
Thank you. Oops. The municipal infrastructure section will continue to support both development review requirements for infrastructure and asset management. Next is the major capital projects team, and this section is responsible for the delivery of the majority of capital projects in the city. In addition to the regular infrastructure programs, engineering provides project management supports to other departments. So some of the examples of improvement projects where they have supported other departments is Westwood Lake Park, the Harewood Centennial Park, Loudon Park, and the Stadium District. Supporting economic, cultural, and community growth downtown has been a focus of council, and the off Bowen Road activity mobility route, the 3rd Street upgrades, design commercial, and downtown transit hub are all managed by the major capital projects group. All of these projects are geared towards moving people in, out, and through downtown, which in turn supports a green, connected, healthy, and prosperous Nanaimo. Now, some of these projects will be highlighted later today in the project plan presentation that will be undertaken. Phase 1 of the commercial street upgrades and downtown transit exchange will continue to be priorities for the major capital projects team, and work has started on both of these, and both are expected to be completed in 2025. And as we get more information about the AAP process, the Public Works Yard project, update project, will also be a focus going forward. The last section in the engineering department is facility asset.
Hold on, sorry to interrupt. Yep. Councillor Gunsbrook has a question.
Thanks. I'm not sure if it's related directly to the engineering department, but just in that general region, is there any updates on sort of the progress in the development of the corner lot, the Gene Burns site? Maybe appropriate for another time, but just curious.
I think, through the chair, I think we have an update coming to council on that property in the very near future, I think.
Great, thanks.
Great, thank you. Sorry, Ms. Mercer, go ahead.
That's fine. Next. Oh, so the last section in the engineering department is the facility asset management group. So they are responsible for project planning, asset management, some capital project delivery, and energy and emissions management within facilities. So in 2025, this group will be working on updating the energy conservation and management policy, having now completed the update to the green building policy. The city has an energy conservation and management policy to encourage reduction in energy consumption and reduce waste and GHG emissions. Like the green building policy, an update to the energy conservation and management policy is due to reflect organization priorities and updated standards. As well, they will continue to work on the dark sky assessments of exterior lighting at recreation and corporate facilities. So light pollution caused by inappropriate or ineffective use of outdoor lighting is costly and affects people, wildlife, and outdoor environments. And so next is Public Works. So I'll go through the many sections within Public Works. And first up is the Solid Waste Management Group. And this section of Public Works provides weekly curbside collection of garbage, recycling, and commingled kitchen yard waste organic materials. This section is responsible for events in 2025, such as the trunk sale, which has now expanded to twice per year, and the reuse rendezvous that continue to engage the community and expand opportunities for reuse of household items. With the implementation of the RDN's new mandatory source separation bylaw, these solid waste management staff will assist with educating the institutional, commercial, and industrial sectors and help connect them with appropriate services. And this will include city facilities such as recreation centers, administrative buildings, and major parks. Next is the water supply and distribution section. So the city operates and manages a water supply and distribution system for consumption and fire protection to residents and businesses of Nanaimo, Southwest Extension, Nanaimo First Nation, and the District of Lantzville. The department will continue to deliver initiatives that will ensure a consistent supply of clean, safe, affordable drinking water while planning for growth, protecting the environment, managing aging infrastructure, and building resilience for climate change impacts. Next, we have sanitary sewer, and this section of Public Works provides and maintains a safe, healthy sanitary sewer collection system for residential, multifamily, commercial, and industrial properties. The department recognizes that climate change impacts will increase stormwater inflow and infiltration into the sewer system, and will work to continue to identify the source of problems in support of the RDN's liquid waste management goals. Our next section is the drainage or rainwater section. So they are responsible for infrastructure such as pipes, ditches, culverts, catch basins, and detention ponds to convey rainwater to natural water bodies. In 2025, one of the drainage section's main goals is to continue to support and work with our partners along with the Department of Fisheries and Ministry of Environment to promote stream health in Nanaimo. And lastly, we have the fleet section. So they provide support, oversight, and maintenance of the city's transportation and mobile equipment inventory. So in 2025, the fleet section will continue to purchase electric vehicles and equipment where feasible and utilize GPS data to reduce vehicle routing and emissions. And last but not least is planning and development. So this department is responsible for community planning, sustainability planning, business licensing, building permitting, subdivision, development permits, rezoning, as well as approval of development-related engineering works and environmental protection and tree management. As part of the city's work on the city plan monitoring strategy, staff have worked with a consultant to develop an AI-based tree canopy analysis tool. And this tool will assist in monitoring the change in tree canopy coverage in the city over time and will help inform work on updating the urban forest management strategy. The city is also updating its form and character development permit area guidelines, which will include guidance for private development to contribute to a thriving urban tree canopy. Oh, pardon me, sorry. Talk and click at the same time. Implementation of a Healthy Nanaimo Priority Actions number 69 and 73 were delayed and impacted by recent provincial legislative changes. So regarding Integrated Action Plan number 69, work will be underway in 2025 to update the city's zoning bylaw, which will include consideration of pre-zoning for affordable housing in urban center and corridor designated areas. Staff anticipate council will be receiving a report outlining the scope of that project early in the new year. And work is currently underway on item number 73 and will continue in 2025 to allow council to consider the adoption of a tenant protection bylaw, which is now a possibility based on recent changes to the Local Government Act. Consultants have been selected and work is underway on a Woodgrove Area Assessment Plan, which has been supported by a complete community grant from the BC Ministry of Housing. The city is currently in the second phase of public engagement regarding draft form and character development permit area guidelines. Engagement will wrap up in December 2024, and the draft guidelines are anticipated to be presented to council in the new year. And both of these initiatives work towards achieving a prosperous Nanaimo.
Councillor Gesselbrock has a question.
Thanks. Just in terms of the Woodgrove area plan, when are we anticipating that would be sort of at completion and presented to council? Or
I will let Mr.
At what point would we see the initial process of it?
Mr. Holm, please.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Gesselbrook's question. So the consultant's been selected and work is starting on that. And maybe I'll let Ms. Brinkman talk to the timeline a little bit. But yeah, there's multiple stakeholders and partners involved in that as well. There has been work with those partners in sort of getting information together for the consultants and identifying key stakeholders that the consultant's going to be communicating with on the project. The project will be underway in 2025. I'll let Ms. Brinkman talk about the timeline a little bit in more detail if we can at this point. Thanks.
Thank you. Through to the chair. To Councillor Gesselbrock, we can expect some public consultation regarding that Woodgrove area plan in 2025. And just the assessment portion of it is, really City Plan did set out a lot of the density, height, and kind of those aspects for the Woodgrove area plan. Plus also the Woodgrove area is a transit-oriented area, so the province has also set out height and density. But really the focus of the assessment portion is really understanding the water, sewer, and road infrastructure capacity and how are we going to serve the residents there, and also parks, recreation, and culture. How are those aspects going to be taken care of? So that's really a big, so in many ways it's a very technical exercise at this stage as far as water, sewer, and road and understanding those pieces. But there will be a public consultation component, and when I'm anticipating spring of 2025 for that. But it will be an exercise that runs through probably the full of 2025. So you may not see an actual area plan, possibly even early 2026, just because of those technical components that we need to work through.
Great, thanks.
And Councillor Manley has a question.
Thank you. Yeah, in relation to that, there's the redevelopment of the Green Thumb Nursery, and I'm wondering where things are in the stage for that that massive development in the Woodgrove area.
Yeah, thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Manley. So we do have a rezoning application underway, under review at this point for that property. So that was the, Green Thumb property was the subject of the Bowers District master plan process earlier. The owner, the applicant, has followed up with their consultants and developed zoning proposal to align with the master plan. And there's currently an application under review. Timeline as far as when that might be in front of council, it's too early for me to say at this point, but it is under review at this point.
Okay, yeah, that's going to have a big impact in that area as well, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so to contribute to a healthy Nanaimo, a home energy retrofit financing program feasibility study was completed and presented to council in 2024. Staff are currently working on developing a program to support local home energy financing options, and council allocated up to $200,000 from the Climate Action Reserve Fund to support a home energy retrofit financing program. An application has been submitted to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Community Energy Efficiency Financing Program for pilot funding to support a property assessed clean energy style home energy financing program. As well, the city continues to support the implementation of the supportive housing MOU with BC Housing. MOU supportive housing projects have opened at 285 Prideaux Street and 702 Nickel Street, with development approvals underway for projects at 250 Terminal Avenue and 355 Nickel Street. Did I get too far ahead of myself? Something happened in my slide deck. Sorry, I gotta find my place. Okay. And the two Empowered Nanaimo initiatives listed on this slide are ongoing initiatives and will continue in 2025 to support heritage conservation. And to combat the social health and public safety challenges in the city, planning and development staff liaisons continue to support the systems planning organization and administer the SPO funding. And that is the last slide, and if you have any other questions, staff would be happy to try to answer those questions for you.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any questions. That being the case, we're on to the draft project plan. Ms. Mercer, Ms. Fuller, who's,
Good morning, it's back to me again to start this one off. Next, we're going to look at the 2025 to 2029 draft project plan. I'm going to provide a very short financial overview of the project plan, and then staff from the various departments will provide some highlights of 2024 projects that are currently underway or were completed this year. As well, they're going to highlight projects that are included in the 2025 to 2029 draft project plan. So the draft project plan has $321.4 million in projects over the next 5 years. And this slide here just provides a bit of a breakdown of by infrastructure type and year. And the writing's really small, I realize that. But the next slide will help out some. Here we're going to talk about, we have $61.3 million for transportation. We have $70.3 million for water. We have $39.8 million for sanitary sewer. We have $35 million for equipment and vehicles, and $39.5 million in facilities and amenities. We also have $15.2 million in strategic projects, $9.1 million in IT, $4.4 million in parking, $24.1 in parks, and $22.6 million in drainage. And in the upcoming slides, staff will provide details on some of the many projects that make up these budgets. Now, looking specifically at 2025, the project plan is $63.9 million, of which $43.4 million will be general fund projects. When we look at the general fund, approximately 20.4% of the projects are concurrent projects. So this means they involve more than one asset type. So it might be we're replacing a sewer and water main at the same time as a drainage main, or it might be a complete street project. 71% of projects, or actually 70.7, because we are finance, we like to be exact, are renewal projects that replace or maintain existing infrastructure. When we look at the funding side, the majority of funding for our projects does come from reserves. This includes asset renewal reserves, such as our asset management reserves, our equipment depreciation reserves, and our IT reserve. But of course, we have a lot of other reserves that help fund projects. They include our DCC reserves, our community works money, growing communities, as well as Council's strategic infrastructure reserve, just to name a few. A portion of general taxation is allocated to projects each year. However, you also need to keep in mind that the annual contributions to the asset management reserves are funded from property taxes in the case of the general asset management reserve, and from an annual allocation of sewer and water user fees for those two reserves. And then I do want to point out the debt shown on the slide here is that Wilcox secondary access debt that I spoke of earlier, and that internal borrowing for DCC SS44, the Hammond Bay and Turner area. So looking at the general revenue funding for projects, in 2023, the base funding for projects was set at $8 million. The 20-year investment plan and recommendations were based on the assumption that that would increase 5% a year. This increase helps to address not just inflation, but also the growth in city infrastructure. In addition to base funding, Council approved additional funding for specific projects in 2 prior years. In 2023 and 2024, you allocated funding related to the implementation of the fire master plan. So you allocated money because we did need to do renovations at a number of fire stations to accommodate what will be 40 new firefighters. And then of course, for final budget, the pickleball court, you did add money in 2024 for the pickleball court that we keep talking about. And by 2029, base project funding will be just over 10.7 million. Now, reserves are a major funding source for projects, and they are governed by our reserve policy. The projected 2025 closing balance is 170.6 million, and approximately 34% of this is DCC reserves, which of course can only be used to fund projects on our DCC bylaw. This slide shows the projected outstanding external debt based on our current borrowing and the new borrowing included in the draft financial plan. All our current borrowing, so excluding the Wilcox secondary access, because that's not current borrowing, that's planned, will be paid out by the end of 2042 when we make the final payment on the fire station number 1 borrowing. And this slide here just shows you the debt servicing associated with that outstanding debt. And then finally, just want to touch again on our debt servicing limit in case people didn't see the earlier presentation. How much the city can borrow is governed by our liability servicing limit, which of course is 25% of our controllable and sustainable revenues for the year. And at December 31st, we were at 57.8 million for principal and interest payments, and our limit is 57.8, and we were at 13.1% of our limit. And now I'm going to turn it over to the departments for the exciting part so you can hear about all the great projects in the project plan. And we're going to start with Mr. Ng, who's going to talk about information technology and GIS.
Thank you very much. But just before we get there, Councillor Perino has a question.
Thank you, Your Worship, and a question through you to Ms. Fuller. I'm just going back to actually page 9. I just wanted to, with the 20-year projected outstanding debt external,
okay,
that is under the assumption, number 9, that's under the assumption that we don't take on any more debt.
That is under the assumption the only debt right now that we would take on is the Wilcox secondary access that's part of the draft plan that's before you.
So anything like, fire, police.
Through the chair to Councillor Perino, this doesn't include the public works yard upgrade because of course we're in a electoral approval process with this. It doesn't include those major capital projects that we did come back to council in the summer on, like a police expansion, Departure Bay walkway, a South End community center. Nope, this is just what we actually owe for, and the plan boring in the draft financial.
That's good. Just wanted to make sure that, yeah, good, thank you.
Good afternoon. Or morning still. I'm just rushing my day.
Still, yep. Good morning, Your Worship, and members of council. Slide forward. Talking about information technology and GIS, or as you and I have traded, Your Worship, your truly favorite topic that is on the minds today. Last week we had an all-staff meeting, and I'm referencing this, and I'm referencing in particular because Jane Rushton was our manager of supply chain. She was in the room earlier, and I wanted to, first and foremost, I wanted to just do a bit of a shout out to her, because what she did last week at the all-staff meeting was, in addition to doing an incredibly impactful and quite humorous video about the process of supply chain management procurement, she went around and identified with everybody, and everybody put their hands up multiple times, but who in the room, so pretty much all staff, have had involvement with procurement. Every hand came up. There was 2 sessions and every hand came up as well, just in terms of, do you need procurement to get your devices, do you get your furniture, et cetera? And I bring that up here as an analogy for me, or just a comparison, because as I listened to all the conversations today, presentations from Wendy, from Laura, the presentations of my peers, whether it's Jamie Rose or Paul Rosen, and the rest of the crew, is as procurement had everybody's hands up last week in terms of their involvement, IT and GIS is part of each of the projects as well. There's a significant dependency on our services, our technology, our digital tools that we deploy. So hopefully the tools that our peers have and our colleagues have allow them to make progress, allow them to make gains so that they can achieve their goals. Your Worship, you and I have traded barbs, for lack of better words, in terms of technology. I've argued the pros, and maybe you argued the cons of technologies per se, but I have to concede that every now and then that your opinion, albeit a bit harsh sometimes, is bang on. And the reason why it's bang on is because the digital tool or the technology used wasn't up to the task. So if anything, it created frustration. And so our role, and what I take as a privilege as well, and it does inspire some fear too, is that the services that we put out, the technology that we put out, the digital tools that we put out has to enable. Because if it doesn't enable, then it's going to restrict. And as we've talked about here, and as the conversations are going on, there's a lot of things that need to get done. And if the technology's not up to the task to get it done, then we're actually going to be constricting progress versus making progress. So the goal that we have in IT and GIS is to make sure that our technology platforms, the digital tools, the software, and the systems can enable progress so that we can help our colleagues with the tools they have to achieve their goals. So starting off with our client services and our technical services team, client services, they're the help desk, they're our digital first responders. They're the ones who pick up the phone, respond to an email, resolve a ticket that comes in. Well, in terms of digital tools, they deployed over 400 of these things. So they deployed tablets and laptops and mobile phones and PCs to our peers, so they have the necessary devices to actually for the communications and for productivity. Network redesign, this is part of our technical services team. These are our digital planners, they're our digital engineers. They're the ones that are responsible to make sure that our network going forward has the capability to put up with the increase in digital demand or demand of digital services that we know are occurring now and occurring later. We need to make sure that our digital infrastructure, our network, and our routers, and the pipes that connect to various services are first and foremost secure, stable, and scalable, because we know the demand for digital services is going to go up. So we need to make sure that all sites, all individuals have the proper bandwidth so that they can continue on with their task. We're working with public safety and facilities and really about enabling investigation, hopefully enhancing deterrence. We put in 63 cameras in the parkades below us currently, and they're currently in place. And at any moment in time, if there is an incident, we can bring up that recording, we can offer it up to the RCMP and other legal bodies to help with their investigations. The SARC boardroom, I would argue that no one in the city pretty much about 6 months ago would say that the SARC boardroom was up to the task in terms of having good conversations when someone was on the other side of the screen. Well, since then, we've replaced microphones, speakers, computers, and displays, and the controller that controls all of it, so that now, no matter what side of the screen you're on in a hybrid type conversation, the experience is the same. So communication is not lost. There's not so much jitter anymore, so that hopefully the outcome is a better meeting. If we move on to the next theme of applications, our application services and our financial system reporting crew, These are the individuals who are responsible for all of our software systems, our enterprise grade, and even the smaller ones as well. The intention here is to modernize the tools because, quite frankly, some of the systems that we have in particular, we've talked about ERP, we've talked about CAMS. The ERP system that we have is legacy is being kind. I think it's celebrating its 27th birthday. In 27 years in technology, it is a dinosaur. So what we're asking you to do is more than it can. So it's requiring a lot of low-value manual intervention and a reliance on tools such as Excel. A modern ERP is a single tool where all financial, all payroll, all benefits, all staff information flows through and gets pushed out. So that the intention for the new tool, and we'll be having it as we're working on it this year and rolling it out most likely in 2026, is that the information that Dale requires, that Laura requires, that my peers require, and even staff require to input is a couple clicks. And I'll have mobile capabilities and have web capabilities. To do that currently, the cycle times are extensive. So ultimately, we're creating tools that are just going to enable productivity gains in terms of anything financial and HR related. Our CAM system we talked about, this is truly a transformational program. And it's transformational mainly because we've gone from clipboard to tablet. So we talked about 4.2 billion worth of assets. To date, this system, which has been in place right now, has about 60,000 tasks in its system. So those tasks are anything related to an asset, whether it's work to be completed, work to be assigned, information on the asset itself, could be serial numbers. Now, previously to having the system is that information was actually in a location that needed to get printed out on a paper so that that's embarrassing. So that information was on a paper and needed to be taken out.
Feel free to take a moment to...
It'll be fine. So anyway, that information is now available on the individual's tablet, right? So as they're at the site, as they're working on the asset itself, rather than relying on a binder or a piece of paper that was pretty much dated the second that it was printed, and it could have been printed a week, a year, 6 months ago, the information is current. So the information they have when they're working on the site, working on the asset on the site is up to date. And more importantly too, or just as important, is that information is clearly available, it's visible to Bill Sims, to John Elliott. So they have a sense in terms of what's actually currently being done, what has been done, and what's scheduled for the assets that they're responsible for. We're working with Ting in terms of making sure that her information, the key indicators of the monitoring strategy, is now available for public consumption on our website. We're working with Jeremy's team in terms of improving the building permit, development permit process, which all can agree has too much friction to it. So we're working on things to improve the overall user experience in terms of permit application submission, to the process that we have in terms of managing those permits, so that at the end of the day, that the cycle times in terms of permit issuance is significantly lower than what it currently is. And then also in 2024, this team upgraded the back end of our website. And the back end of the website, just getting to the most current version, and that enables and allows Dale and his team in communications, as well as the content managers within the rest of the organization, to have greater capability in terms of the content they produce, the search capability on it, and other features and functionality of really Nanaimo's most used communication tool, this website. The GIS team, and I would suggest that the GIS team is just team enablement, for lack of better words. I would actually put this team against any of our peers. The capability of the individuals on the crew, the data that we have, the functionality within the system itself is as good as anyone that I've had conversations with. And to really highlight that, and there was reference to it earlier regarding the historical tree canopy analysis, what this team did was the utilization of AI. Now, we've been using AI in various shapes and forms, but the exceptionally interesting and exciting component of this is AI that we have in-house. So we made the investment in 2023 and 2024 within our computers and our software systems, so that this system is actually located within our premise. We worked with contractors to help us create a model, and that model now gives visual representation, VR, GIS, about how the tree canopy has changed from 2012 to 2022. And it will be showing 2024 once we have the latest ortho photos up and running in the next month or two. So this tree canopy progress, you'll be able to see it, how it's changed over those periods. And we will be working with Jeremy's team to join this conversation, the GPC, in January, so that we can provide a presentation to. And if there's one thing I'm hoping everybody can remember about this project, is 3 million clicks. Yep, 3 million clicks. And the reason why I say 3 million clicks, and it's pretty much impossible to prove, but this is what the guesstimate was of our GIS supervisor to say if someone were to do this project manually, they would need to be tapping that mouse millions of times in terms of being able to capture the information on the screen to be able to provide a representation of showing the differences between each of the segmented years. Now, 3 million clicks, it's, again, possible to prove, but if we make a more scientific estimate on it, the amount of time this thing took to get the model up and running and to show off was a fraction of the time that we're estimating could have been anywhere from 750 to 1,500 staff hours. We did it in a fraction of the time. And it's just a glimpse in terms of what we can do going forward with other projects and models that are being asked of the GIS team. Lastly, I just want to draw attention to the 3D model that the GIS team will be producing. It's going to be for public consumption. It's coming out in December, if not in January. 3D model is, in the words of our GIS supervisor, is a canvas. So what allows individuals to do, whether it's developers or our staff, is that they can take a look at our GIS 3D model. They can now visualize or have visualization in terms of what a building could look like on a street, what a new amenity could look on a street, what could another compound look like on a street, and use that to inform their decision making about what are some of the changes, what are some of the challenges, what are some of the benefits of putting such a structure in that neighborhood. So what's next? Well, we've talked about ERP, talked about CAMs, and we talked about the building permanent improvement system. These are multi-year endeavors, and the goal of these is about modernization, removing the tools that are really constricting productivity and enabling the teams that are in finance, engineering, the organization to start making progress on the goals, because the existing tools are slowing it down, and these tools will speed it up because it's going to reduce the overall cycle times for day-to-day activities. This is a timesheet entry, purchase request, and creating reports. In addition, and this is, Mr. Lindsay made references in terms of networking or in-ground infrastructure and the need to be resilient. We are anticipating population growth in the city of Nanaimo, but I would argue that the growth in population does kind of pale in comparison between the growth in digital demand and the need for voice and video and network services. So what our intention on this one is, and like I was mentioning, our digital planners, our digital engineers, our digital field crews, is that they are working to build a new network that involves our switches and our routers and our connections between the facilities so that it's first and foremost secure, it's stable, and it's scalable. It's a multi-year endeavor, but by the end of it, we'll definitely have the capability to actually ramp up and ramp down bandwidth requirements, and then most importantly, ensure that it is secure and is highly available so that whenever somebody needs to get access to something, it would be there. And then to round out my presentation for here is that we've talked about, thanks Councilor Manu, just in terms of the question regarding our Microsoft investments and what we need to do in terms of the overall Microsoft migration. And the migration is all about taking the services, the servers, the infrastructure, and the data that we have on premise, and then migrating that information into Microsoft's cloud service. And then there's various features and services that we want to take advantage of, one of which would be Exchange for email, another of which would be SharePoint for file collaboration and file sharing. But ultimately, this is something that has been talked about with us for some time, and quite frankly, we are laggards on this one, as our peers in the City of Victoria, Regional District of Nanaimo, and the majority of BC municipalities have made this move. They made this move for numerous reasons, one of which it does increase the overall capability for users when they're using Microsoft services, but at the same time, it does increase our ability to secure, to administer, and make sure that these services are more resilient because they're in a cloud environment versus being on an on-prem. Lastly is the IT service management system, and this is the help desk tool. The help desk tool that we have right now is diligent in terms of allowing individuals to submit tickets, but what it does not do, it doesn't allow for self-service. So we want to have a tool that allows for password resets, for example, have information within the pages itself so that allows an individual on the various team to resolve their issue without needing to contact us, so they can get back to their work sooner than they would with the previous system. So with that, everyone, thank you for your time, and that's IT.
Thank you very much. In order, Councilors Gesselbrock and Perino, please.
Thanks, Mayor, through you. Just a question on the business building permit application software. The timeline on that was 2023 to 2027. Is that timeline, you know, in terms of the applications that will become available and usage of that software, will it be stages of usage, or will it be basically 2027 before that new system will be available to be utilized through the for folks doing applications?
Through your chair to Councillor Gessler, thank you for the question, and it'll be more iterative. So the plan that we have in terms of making improvements to the the building permit system will be a series of changes. We want to focus on, in 2025, we want to focus on increasing the usability for submitting applications. Because currently, right now, there's a lot of back and forth in terms of applications coming in that have a significant number of errors attached to that, as well as that there's a couple of steps that may not be required with our existing digital service. So we're investigating bringing on new systems to assist with easing up the actual digital process of submitting the application, as well as digital systems to help in terms of accuracy checking, automated accuracy checking, so that when the system actually hits our wall or when it hits our desk, is that application is, I don't want to say error-free, but has a much reduced number of errors, so that it removes kind of the ping pong match between our staff and the developer. In terms of activity for 2026 and 2027, we're just identifying other software systems that we want to make, that we want to blend into the system itself, so that we can find improvements, incremental improvements, so that at the end of 2027 is that the overall experience is significantly better than what it is currently.
Okay, great. And in terms of resourcing for that, like the timeline, basically just with all the other projects that are available, like is the timeline for the improvements, is it based on just basic like staff resourcing, or is it just a matter of like the process to actually deal with all these things requires that length of time? I'm just curious, sort of.
Yeah, no, through the chair to you, Councillor Gessler, wonderful question. Thank you so much, because all projects, whether it's IT projects or engineering projects, are dependent upon staff and staff availability. So the plans that we have in place right now are I would suggest, conservative, because we do know that in addition to doing project work, staff have operational responsibilities and hard deadlines. So to answer your question, is that these timelines that we have are dependent upon staff availability. And right now, without knowing the surprises that come forward, we have the commitments from the directors and the managers that they can make their staff available. But of course, the province might do another Bill 44, Bill 47, and then everything shifts. So thank you for your question, because these projects are very dependent upon the availability and the dedication of staff resources.
Great, thanks. Yeah, no, definitely for the amount of different projects that your department's got going on, it's a huge load, and so that's good to know that it's probably resourcing that is, you know, dictating timelines on some of those things, and that's something that council can reflect on. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Perino.
Your Worship, and a question through you. Boy, has the times have changed. What IT used to do, what it does today. Yes. But I just wanted to take you to the slide just before this one, when you talk about system upgrades. And what I wondered was, you know, our concerns around cyber attacks and so forth. Is that what you're talking about? In the replacement of key infrastructure components, including firewalls, it just struck me that of everything you talked about, we didn't talk so much about cyber attacks, and I just wondered if that's where is that one of the things that we can do to protect ourselves?
So through the chair to you, Councillor Perino, thank you so much for the question, because there's nothing, to me, the number one priority is ensuring that the network is defended. Yes. Part of the network redesign and the equipment that we're upgrading is security related. So it's new firewalls and other security appliances that will be upgrades from our current services. Now, other components of cybersecurity would be more fall on the operating side. And then we've had previous conversations in terms of other activities that we're investigating and getting very close on. So in addition to the appliances and the capital projects that we have, is that we'll be building other services to really improve our network services, both internally and externally.
Okay.
So to me, it's number one on what we need to do.
Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at the time and wondering if we should bother start the next section or just break for lunch now. Mr. Lindsay.
We were just talking, Your Worship, on this. I think the next item is relatively short. Maybe we can just get through that one and then we'll take a break on it.
Sounds good. Mr. Sims, Mr. Rosen, Mr. Stang.
Thank you, Worship. Just one of the, Mr. Rosen's going to take you through a number of project highlights that, will include transportation projects and so on. But one of the things that we thought illustrate a very good story is sometimes how these things work together. So just working from the bottom of the slide, we see the intersection of Madsen and East Wellington. So that's a development cost charge project to take that very poor little leg of Madsen, pardon me, and upgrade that intersection. That'll help with the Boxwood Road connection through to Northfield, as well as it will build the off-Bowen Bikeway. It'll start to help see that off-Bowen Bikeway, which parallels Bowen Road, fill in some of the links. Council's well aware of the Midtown Water Supply Project, and we're taking the opportunity to harden the surface of that trail, to protect the water main, but also to provide a bit of a loop for the Parkway Trail. So there'll be paved trail on both sides. It won't be fully upgraded to lighted and all that sort of stuff, so it won't be an active transportation corridor necessarily, but it will be a secondary amenity, and that will loop essentially from that Madsen Road, Griffiths Road, all the way up to Northfield, which will then tie in, as we head north, the work that's occurring today along Boxwood Road, just north of Meredith, is an active transportation corridor as part of the Midtown Gateway project. So you'll see that going to feed right through Boxwood across Northfield, through the new roundabout, and then directly into Bevan Park. So essentially that'll pull an active transportation corridor all the way into Bevan Park from the south. And then going north, we have a road rehabilitation project in 2026 to extend the life of the asphalt along Bowen Road, mostly in front of the Bevan Park frontage. And we intend to take the opportunity to upgrade active transportation along the frontage of Bevan. So rather than just basic sidewalks on each side, we'll look at whether it makes the most sense to put an offset multi-use pathway or cycle lanes, like to continue the cross-section that we see north of this area. One of those, that's just in design at this point. 2025, you'll see the intersection at Labio and Bowen. That's just a signal upgrade undergoing, it's a basic asset management signal upgrade. And then lastly, at the very top of the slide, we need to, part of the restoration of the Midtown Water Supply is to set that trail through from the roundabout at Labio through to the E&N Trailway. And what's not really shown here is the connection through the Public Works Yard upgrades. Eventually will sort of punch through from the foot of Bevan Parkway where it meets Labio right out to the E&N Trail. So that just kind of ties a lot of the networks together. So this will bring active transportation corridors directly into Bevan Park from many directions. And it'll also be a good sort of through route connection, cross connection between the E&N and the Parkway trails and the off-Bowen Bikeway. So,
yeah.
Councillor Hemmons has a question, please.
Thank you, Your
Sims.
Worship. I feel like I should know this, forgive me. The connection from the bottom of the slide to Bowen Park. So we've done the upgrades in Bowen Park. It seems to stop, and then on, I'm gonna forget the name, right at Quarterway School, you can pop onto the new infrastructure. When do we get this section? I think it's attached to the development that backs onto the BC Hydro building.
backs onto?
The BC Hydro building, the Canada Post area, that section. So is it, and forgive me, that section is not yet complete? unless I'm mistaken. And when do we expect completion? Because that would allow people to go from the inland highway with this new infrastructure right to Bowen Park.
Correct. That's right. And it's, I believe that's under construction right now. That's Hanson Road that we looked at. Part of the works and services that this work in 2026 will tie into as well.
In 2026, okay. And another question, I think I've asked this. If we're now we're routing active transportation onto the new pipe, do we still require the infrastructure on Boxwood?
So that's a great question, and it's a natural question that comes up. And the corridor along the parkway isn't really up to a full active transportation standard. It doesn't have lighting. And the issue along Boxwood Road is largely not only for cyclists, but it's really about pedestrians as well. There's no pedestrian facilities. This was back when sidewalks were not included in industrial roads, which this is quasi-commercial as well. So the intent would be to keep that facility.
I think I appreciate that, and I do think there's some interesting tension that we have to play with in terms of two active transportation routes, one perhaps better than the other, but a significant challenge for industrial or commercial operations that use Boxwood and need to turn their big trucks in. So just sharing, I don't have a decision on that or but we continue to hear that that's a struggle. And so it's interesting to hear that we have an alternate route going, although not perfect. And I'm hearing you say it won't do anything to the infrastructure on Boxwood, but it continues to be a discussion I think that we have in the community.
Your worship, staff are well aware of the tension that's there, but I think the challenge is really not that there's active transportation infrastructure on the corridor. It's that there's traffic on the corridor. Period. This used to be a dead-end road, and the industry along that dead-end road used the street for a service yard or a delivery yard. They can no longer do that, obviously, because there's through traffic, and there will continue to be an increased traffic as time goes on. So there's certainly options, but they'll be expensive, like moving things off to the side.
Thank you.
The one, and just to follow up, sorry, Your Worship, on the last little missing link that we're hoping to work on with that off-Bowen bikeway is across the Millstone River to bring people across. Currently there's no direct crossing at that point.
Thank you.
And just an overview of this is not only is it a photo of the new pickleball courts, but it's looking kind of north and west from over the golf course at Bevan Park through the roundabout. You can see the new Boxwood Road all the way over to between the two roundabouts, and then if you squint, you can turn left and head all the way down to the parkway on the Boxwood, which will be active transportation corridor. That's it, Your Worship. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any questions for this part? If not, we will break and reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thank you, everyone. All right, everyone, if we can reconvene now. Mr. Rosen, I think the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. Appreciate the opportunity to talk to Mayor and Council this afternoon about upcoming capital projects. I acknowledge I have the after lunch time slot, which is always the most challenging, but I'll do my best to make it worthwhile for you. Just some quick highlights from this year. I think some of these were mentioned earlier, but just an acknowledgement that we've had a pretty significant year in terms of construction. There's a lot of major projects underway and completed. So I think it's quite a noteworthy achievement for the city here. Looking forward towards 2025 and beyond, we have in our budget, we have a series of what we call annual programs. So things like utilities, condition assessments, that's where we put the CCTV cameras down, we record videos of sewer conditions, so on and so forth. It's really our eyes and ears that we use for asset management for our underground plant and asphalt and so on and so forth. There's a few other annual programs as well, and some studies that we undertake, like master plans for sewer capacity, stormwater capacity, flooding, that kind of thing. So those are in the plan. We have a bit of a highlight on funding for transportation projects. This is broken down by category. The vast majority of the funding here is attached to renewal of existing infrastructure. Most of it is in the road rehab or the repaving piece of projects. You'll note there the expansion or upgrades to the road network, $7 million. Most of that are DCC projects. We talked earlier about the Commercial Street upgrades project. That's broken down into a number of phases. As it's laid out in the capital plan, in the budget, we've got phase 2 in 2025, 2026, phase 3, and then phase 4. And the phasing and the timing is going to be subject to review. We're gonna be reconsidering what that phasing might look like and bringing forward the discussion to council in the near future on it. So pedestrian unallocated. This is a fund that council dedicates to enhancing pedestrian safety, pedestrian levels of service, so on and so forth. It's typically allocated by council to a specific project in the budget year. Often those projects aren't able to be completed in that year, so they would be completed in the following year, so on and so forth. The last year, the money was allocated to improvements on Albert Street, which are, they haven't been constructed yet, but the planning work's in progress. So in this budget, there's $300,000 a year allocated to that. In past years, council has increased that.
Can I ask a question?
Councillor Hemmons has a question.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is the first year in several, I think, that we haven't bumped up this. We might, I don't know. Are we caught up on all of the other, like when we've tripled the budget essentially for a few years, so, but we haven't added staff in the same way. So I'm just thinking ahead, just hypothetically, if we decide to go for another $1 million pedestrian unallocated budget this year, are we just getting a longer list of projects that we haven't yet completed, or are we staying on top of it?
So I think through Your Worship, Councillor Hemmons, I believe last year we did talk about this, and I for 2024, and I don't think we increased the budget because of that exact reason. We have increased the staff capacity within the transportation planning group now. We have an additional transportation engineer, and I think in anticipation of this question, I asked the group if they would have capacity to deal with an increased budget going forward, and the answer is yes. So if council is interested in increasing that, and finance can support where the money can come from, we can set the projects up. But there's still going to be a delay in terms of when we can actually implement them. Typically, it's a 1 or 2 year lag.
Thank you. That helps. It's actually less about the budget and more about when are we getting the projects done, because we can increase the budget year over year over year, but if we're not getting the projects done, it doesn't matter. So it's good to hear that that's not the case. Then we actually have capacity if we want to increase it again. Thank you.
Okay, so Millstone Trunk Sewer. This project's driven by capacity constraints within the catchment, and the project's been in design for a while. We're in the process of going through an ALR application for the work, and we expect it to be constructed in the summer of 2025. Hammond Bay Area Utilities Project. This is another capacity-driven sewer project, and we're combining it with a few upgrades to some traffic signals and the intersection at Rutherford, as well as some small other utility enhancements. Pretty substantial project. We're not able to make significant improvements to the active transportation network through here for budgetary reasons. But there will be some minor enhancements in a few localized areas on that, but that's a pretty substantial project. For 2025, just as a sampler of some typical utility projects, most of these are asset management driven, so renewal of AC and cast iron water mains and older storm sewers that are at the end of life. 3rd and Fitzwilliam. So this project is largely driven by some issues with the sanitary sewer. Right near the Cat Stream there's some very poor soils. So when this was constructed back in, I believe it was the late 90s, it was the part of the 3rd Street connector, they had to build this whole area across the Cat Stream on steel piles. And so this whole area is underlain by all these steel piles with special geofabrics and stuff like that. Anyway, we're having some issues between the sanitary sewer and this piling network that we have to remediate. So that presents the sort of the primary need for this, but we're taking the opportunity as part of the project to complete the DCC project, which is some enhancements to the road network on the surface. Again, some various utility projects out in 2026. This slide's really just to show that we're continuing on with those asset management driven projects. Norwell Drive. So as part of the provincial legislation change, the transit-oriented area, this transit exchange has been designated as a transit-oriented area. And we've got a number of utilities, and the road in the area is in need of renewal. And so we're in the process of developing concept plans, doing some engagement and so on. Ultimately, this is quite a costly project planned for 2026, 2027. East Wellington and Madsen. With the connection of Boxwood through, from East Wellington through to Northfield, that intersection of East Wellington and Madsen has received a lot more traffic than it used to. And it's quite an important connection now through to the north. And so that one, it's actually a DCC project, and it's scheduled for 2026. I believe it's currently under design right now, and it'll be an important intersection improvement and connectivity through to Boxwood Road, and it's part of the off-Bowen Bikeway, as Mr. Sims mentioned earlier. Bowen Road repaving. This is largely an asset management. Bowen Road's an arterial, very important corridor. We have to maintain the asphalt surface so it doesn't get to the point of no return. So if we continue to rehab it in a way that can sustain it, it's far more cost effective. And so this project is really focused around the road rehab in 2026.
If I may, I noticed the asterisk says does not include cycling upgrades 1 million. Is that a separate project, or that's what it would cost to have cycling upgrades, or what exactly does that mean?
So when this slide was prepared, we had, this slide here, the $1.3 million is really just the road rehab. So we had anticipated there's an opportunity to create an active transportation corridor through here, similar to what we did further north on Bowen Road. And the cost of that we expected to be about $1 million. Since then, as Mr. Sims noted, there's been some discussions around creating some maybe alternative active transportation route along there. It could be adjacent to the park. Might not be exactly what we did to the north of Labio, and the funding would be separate. Okay.
Can I?
Councillor Hemmons has a question.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this section of road is currently torn up, a piece of it. Why would we not do the repaving along with the Midtown Gateway project?
The Midtown Gateway piece is mostly just focused down around where Rosstown and in front of the plaza and so on.
I'm sorry, I'm using the wrong project name. The new at Northfield, where we punch through Powder Works Road. That's in the image here, right? Is that, and that asphalt is currently up, I believe?
So the stretch of asphalt here is from Rosstown Road to the north, to Labio. So the Midtown Gateway project is from Rosstown to the Northfield. It's the south piece of it. Okay, so it's the.
So Bowen Road's gonna be under construction for a very long time. Noted.
We aim to please. But it is necessary work. I mean, if we don't sustain the asphalt surface, it'll deteriorate pretty quickly. It's a very, very heavily used road, so we have to keep on that.
Councillor Gesselbrock.
And is that just asphalt replacement? Like, is there going to be any more different lines painted in there at all, or is it?
The funding is largely centered around the road rehab, but we always take an opportunity to, when we do that, to reset the line work if there is an opportunity to make a better allocation.
I'm asking about there's the bike lane that goes all the way up to Labio and then stops in that section, basically from Labio up to Rosstown. There's the sidewalk, but there's no bike facility, and I know it's like tight distance in there. I was just curious, was there any plans for anything different?
So we'd hoped that we'd be able to continue the same cycling treatment that we had north of Labio on this stretch here, but that would require the $1 million, which we don't have allocated for this. So this $1.3 million is really just the repaving, and then the active transportation project could be, as Mr. Sims mentioned earlier, it could be a multi-use facility on the west side of the road. We don't have a design for it right now, but I think if council is interested in maintaining that same treatment, that bidirectional or unidirectional cycle track on either side, my understanding is there is the width there. We just need the funding to be able to implement that.
Okay, so we're about $1 million short. Sorry if you were asking exactly that thing. Okay, but we're $1 million short to be able to do that. Okay. Yeah. And the other question is that is it something that could be accomplished later on, or ideally it would happen while this repaving was going on?
If an active transportation facility like what we did north of Labio was to be built south of there, if we didn't do it as part of the road rehab, there'd be a lot of inefficiencies. So it'd be a lot more than, I suspect it would be a lot more than $1 million to do it, because there'd be some rework in there, and like the $1 million is the premium that we'd pay during the rehab at the same time.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, it is a shame to put all that effort in to go, halfway. So, okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll go. Hammond Bay Utilities and Transportation Projects. So the city is working with the RDN. The RDN has a major project underway there. They're in the planning and design phase for their Departure Bay Pump Station and Force Main Replacement Project. Currently, the force main, it's a very large pipe. It runs down Hammond Bay Road from Departure Bay pretty much most of the way all the way to the treatment plant. And because it's such a large pipe, it's going to require a lot of invasive construction. This isn't just a small little water main replacement with a 1.5 meter deep trench. This is a major, major undertaking. A lot of the road's going to be ripped up as part of this. There's going to be a lot of conflict with existing utilities, so existing water, existing storm, existing sanitary. This big pipe that they're putting in, other stuff has to get out of the way. So there's going to be a lot of conflict. So we have a lot of opportunities for renewal at that point, because we have some projects planned for there. We have a lot of assets that are maybe mid or a good way through their asset lives. We have some projects that are identified for capacity reasons. And so to take advantage of those opportunities during the RDN's project, we've identified some funding for the utility renewals. It's quite a bit of money, $15.7 million. The transportation side of things is a little bit more difficult to anticipate because the RDN doesn't even have an alignment yet set for their pipe. We don't know exactly what the impact's going to be. We're anticipating that a lot of it's going to be within Hammond Bay Road, and there's going to be an opportunity to improve the road cross-section on Hammond Bay Road. We know we're not going to be able to implement something fairly ambitious like a multi-use trail or even sidewalks along the whole corridor. So we've basically set an allowance aside of $1 million to take advantage of opportunities as they become available on various stretches of Hammond Bay. Staff don't believe it's anywhere near enough to take advantage of all the opportunities or really create a complete street or anything anywhere near that. But it is an amount that will allow us to take advantage of the most key opportunities that become available. Any questions on that one?
Yeah, thanks, through you, Mayor. I just like looking at, like, say, you know, with the budget constraints, our options on the table in terms of, like, you know, if there's enough space on the road, like basically like one of those like raised curbs with bollards in areas, because I think, you know, looking at the effectiveness where that's been done in other parts of town, and I know it's not like the grade A quality of like a large sidewalk or a multi-use path, but it gets the job done. It's a heck of a lot safer, and you know, it at least saves the space if, you know, in the future money starts growing on trees and we can put something more substantial in. But are those type of interventions on the table? Because I do think that there's a lot of value in doing sort of these more low-tech, low-budget interventions, but are still maintaining that safe transportation, you know, multi-use transportation pathway.
Through your worship, Councillor Gesselbrook, at this point, all the tools in the toolbox are on the table. We don't have any details in terms of what their exact alignment's going to be or what the opportunities are going to be once the details of the restoration are planned. But certainly we'd be looking to get the most bang for the buck. And if we have $1 million, we're going to try and find a way to get the most bang for that $1 million throughout the corridor, certainly.
And just to follow up on that, say with the Bevan, that stretch from Rossdown down to Labio, is it just purely a pavement upgrade that's in that section, that last slide?
The stretch from Labio down to Rossdown is purely a road rehab.
Road rehab.
Funding for road
now,
rehab.
Can that be delayed by a couple of years?
We've been delaying that for a while. I think it's a judgment call. And when I say it's a judgment call, it's a risk assessment that's hard to predict. If you go beyond the optimal timing for renewal of a major road like that, you could get to the point where you can't actually mill and overlay. So your costs could go up substantially. And so I think we've been planning this one for a number of years, trying to get the timing just right. Whether you do it a year here or there probably wouldn't be detrimental, but we can't say for sure.
Right. And then too, with that, say the $1 million extra to do the bike path along there, like it's done on the lower part, can lower sort of resource intensive interventions be accomplished on that spot too, or just like actually just maybe even having, if the space is there, you know, instead of being raised and all paved like that, but just basically have a line and maybe put a few bollards in place, be accomplished on that stretch as well.
So I think, through your worship, Councillor Gesselbrook, I think what you're talking about is a painted cycle track that potentially could be delineated with a buffer if there was room. It's a lower level of service than raised cycle track that we have to the north of Labio. Whether or not that would be worthwhile or not, that's a good question.
Yeah, I mean, if it's something that council direction's needed, as you know, I'll definitely speak with my colleagues to see. But I do think that looking at just sort of lower service level, but demarking that space. I mean, for anybody that bikes along Bowen Road, it sucks. As soon as you get to that spot, there, it's like you're putting your life at risk. Probably best to just go up on the sidewalk and, you know, navigate through the pedestrians. But yeah, it's a lost opportunity on a major connecting corridor. Because I mean, basically we've got the cycle route that goes all the way down through Boxwood now, and is literally, I think, just that stretch that doesn't have any type of cycling. And so for me, this is like a huge missed opportunity not doing something on that spot, especially if we're putting pavement in there. And so, you know, I appreciate the information. It's something that we just need to discuss, you know, further amongst it. So.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Prino, then Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship, and a question through you. The Hammond Bay Utilities and Transportation Project, Is this the same area of the Turner to, I think it's Sealand? Is that the same? No, this is, so what is the location of this particular one? Because it's also Hammond Bay.
Through your worship, Councillor Perino. So the Departure Bay Pump Station, it's a very large pump station owned by the regional district. It's down at the beach.
Okay.
So right at Departure Bay Road and Hammond Bay is where the pump station is.
Okay.
Okay? And so then the force main travels along Hammond Bay Road from the south.
Yes.
And then there's a short stretch where it goes off the road and then it comes back.
Yeah.
But it runs all the way to past Pipers.
Okay. So my question then is, did I hear you say that we might be able to do some work as far as sidewalk in that area when we go to do this project, well, when RDN?
Certainly there's a physical opportunity to do that.
Okay.
The $1 million we've allocated there wouldn't go very far in terms of sidewalk.
No, that's...
It was more intended to be localized improvements as opportunities allow us to participate in enhancing the restoration.
Okay.
Because this sewer project's gonna have to restore the road.
Okay.
So why put back exactly what's there if we can throw a little bit of money in the kitty and we can get something a lot better? Those opportunities will become apparent once they know their alignment.
Okay. It's just there's a lot of people who like to walk that area and there's no ability to walk it safely. And that's been a topic of discussion with the neighbors there. And the other one that goes that goes from Turner down to Sealand, and there's a lot of schools in there. I wonder how you're even going to do that project given the traffic needs of all the kids. I mean, you got Dover and Gur, and you got Rutherford and Frankney, all those schools that are in that particular area. And you can actually do that kind of work at the same time. I mean, you're got to do it.
So the sewer runs right down the middle of the road. Part of it runs down underneath the sidewalk. Currently, there's sidewalk on both sides of the road.
Yes.
There's a painted 1.5 meter space that bicycles can use on either side of the road. We haven't actually labeled it as a cycle track because it's sort of substandard.
Yes.
So there are sort of facilities there. The project is going to be pretty disruptive to the neighborhood. It's
yeah, and it stops at Sealand, and you're not looking to go further with that one, right? That's it.
So at the end of the project is at the intersection with Rutherford.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Lindsay?
Thank you, Worship. And I just, if we went back to the Bowen Road project just for a moment, I just wanted to note that in the earlier presentation, Mr. Sims was talking about all the work we're doing in here. So we agree with, we're bringing in new connections from the Parkway, there's new connections from the ENN Trail, and we have that section of Bowen Road done. So very much, if we need to do something along the frontage of Bevan Park to complete that off, I think there is, as mentioned, there's a discussion about continuing that design we have on the northern part of Bowen, which is the bike lanes on both sides. But I think we have the added potential here, because we are the landowner on the entirety of this one side, is do we come back and look at a bi-directional separated multi-use path that's actually on the park but has the same function that takes you from the new intersection, the new access to the park, all the way up to Labio, where it would connect into the infrastructure. So absolutely we are going to do something in that area, evaluating both of those options, but we'll come back to council with that prior to final.
Sorry, Councillor Edmonds was ahead of
Prior to final approval for the paving, the repaving?
Well, prior to final approval of the budget.
Okay, gotcha.
Clarify, but yes, before the project proceeds in 2026. Yeah.
Councillor Edmonds.
Thank you. Just on that note, so I really love the idea of frontage and a multi-use pathway along the park, and I also want to note that there is redundancy in that loop with Labio. Labio can be a good bike route that parallels Bowen, that gets bikes off of Bowen and then connects back into Labio, where we do have the set infrastructure. So I'm not advocating necessarily, and I'm not sure that Ben is either, for new infrastructure, but I would really like to see cyclists directed towards the infrastructure that we do have. Not to say that Labio is fancy for bikes, but it's certainly wide enough. And I just think it's an okay detour for now. Ultimately wanting to get people on Bowen, which is the thoroughfare, but I don't think, I think there's a workaround right now where we don't necessarily spend $1 million. Thank you, just that.
To speak, Mr.
Projects. Now, this is intended to be a key component of water supply infrastructure, and it was designed almost a year ago. So at the ends, so on and so forth. So in the capital plan, we have some funding. And it also includes secondary intake as well to help improve redundancy on that piece of infrastructure. This is an example of investment in utility projects, mostly asset management for 2028. Bit of a summary of transportation projects a little bit further out in the plan, just to show the level of investment and give a sense of that. Towers Reservoir upgrade. This is a project that was the first phase of it was completed several years ago, but the Midtown Water Supply project consumed the group's bandwidth and funding. So now that that's complete, they're going to come back and take a look at this project. Construction's planned for 2028 and 2029, and it's ultimately there to upgrade and replace that reservoir. North End Water Supply. This is meant to enhance and strengthen the water supply network in the North End, as well as, so it's 5 kilometers of new pipeline, as well as a pump station and a reservoir. Planned for 2030 to 2033. In terms of fleet, so we've got a number of replacements planned for 2025. The vast majority of these, of the light duty vehicles, the vast majority of those, probably all of them will be electric. The 2 refuse trucks will likely be CNG. They're looking at electric options for that, but they're not ready. So I think that's it for the Engineering and Public Works slides. Are there any questions before I hand it over to Chief Dua?
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosen, but you're not off the hook yet. Councillors Hemmons and Manley.
Thank you. You shouldn't have asked. This is actually not something to do with your presentation, but about active transportation and something I'm very curious about. We have a lot of density going in on Haliburton, but we don't yet have the painted bike and pedestrian piece on that widened section of Haliburton that we put in, I want to say 3 or 4 years ago. Do we have an idea of when we might get those lines painted? Sorry, I probably shouldn't have asked in the meeting.
I'm going to hand that answer over to Mr. Rose.
Mr. Rose.
Good afternoon. At this point, we don't have any more plans for construction on that section. What we're looking at next is actually completing the sort of functional design to connect to downtown. The facility that we put there was intended really to be that sort of multi-use and not demarcated with separation between cyclists and pedestrians because it's very minimalist in space.
So no painted lines. That must be, I misunderstood that. I thought at some point we were going to paint a line down that very wide sidewalk on Haliburton. That's okay if it's a no. I thought it was coming, and good to know it's not.
Yeah, I think that really that was really shoehorned in, and we didn't want to create some expectation that this is one zone and that's another, because it just isn't enough space.
Okay. I feel like I'm going to represent my colleague, Councillor Armstrong, here and say without those painted lines, cyclists tend to use the road on Haliburton, which has narrowed significantly because of the multi-use pathway, which puts cyclists on the road with logging trucks. So, yeah, just sharing that.
Fair point. And I think that sort of speaks to maybe some better education and awareness of where the expectation is. And so that may not look like delineation along the pathway, but more so some guidance going up onto and coming off of, akin to what we used on.
I think that would be useful. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Noted.
And Councillor Manley.
Thank you. Yeah, just a quick question about the South Forks project. That's going to be one that we need to do long-term borrowing for in 2035 or something. It's around $100 million. Is that correct? The estimate for the actual construction?
See if I can go back to the slide there.
We're just looking at the design budget right now, but the actual construction budget's going to be huge for that.
Oh, very, very much so. We don't have the numbers up on the slide, but there, I mean, you can see from the design of the seismic retrofit and the intake, there's going to be borrowing involved for sure.
And is that going to be like a doubling of the structure, or because they're going to leave that structure in place when we do this? Or?
My understanding is there's a concept that involves ballasting it, but I don't think we don't have anything beyond a concept at this point.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not seeing anyone else. Mr. Rosen, thank you very much. Chief Doyle?
Good afternoon, Your Worship, Council. I didn't bring water because I didn't want to instinctively throw it around like my colleague Carrie Yang. Yeah, today I'll be providing an update on ongoing implementation of our master plan, focusing on the renovation, construction projects, and fleet enhancements, mainly stemming from the tremendous.
I think we're stuck behind the dam for a minute on the slideshow here.
Oh, sorry. Yes. We're still. There we go. Mainly stemming from the council's tremendous investment in public safety and the fire department, which we greatly appreciate. Oh, here we go. I'm just going to put that over there. So yeah, just starting off, we have identified our 20 new firefighters, and with that, we had to make a bunch of changes to our facilities to accommodate those 20 firefighters. Part of those are renovations to Station 2, 3, and 4, and we actually did renovations, small renovations to our number 1 fire hall as well, to accommodate a couple more people. So essentially with our 4 fire stations in the core of the city, we're going to have 5 on the shoulders, and each shoulder the capacity for 5, and 10 on the interior. It will not be staffed by that many very often, but occasionally we can reach those levels depending on the situations, big incidents, windstorms, that kind of stuff. So these renovations are essential to accommodate the additional staff and meet the growing demands of our community. Mainly we're modifying the workspaces, so the majority of these renovations are being done by converting less used area into more utilized area. We expect these renovations to be complete at the beginning of the year. Our new firefighters actually will be operationalized on February 24th, and the renovations are underway in earnest as of Monday. So physically, yeah, we have all our staff running around and stripping out IT equipment and moving furniture, and so we're excited about that, and it is a tight timeline. Part of the renovations at Station 2, near the Public Works there, displaced our training classroom. We are proud to say a very active training fire department. There's training virtually most days in the year, and to accommodate that, firefighter training isn't just kicking indoors and throwing ladders and shooting water. There's also lots of learning in the classroom as well. So having that classroom area near the training center is extremely important to keep our firefighters in service while we're training. That's a key point, that we do a majority of our training while the firefighters are at work. We don't bring people in as very often to do that unless we need to. So having the classroom near the training facility is imperative. So with that, the original plan, we were going to put a modular building in the training center area. While we'll still put it in the training center area, we've moved it because just through a site analysis, digging some holes and finding out the best area to build it, we found some less ideal conditions where we were originally going to put it. So now we're going to put it, we still have some space to do that though, on the southeast corner towards the Nanaimo Golf Course of our Station 2. And we're not going to be doing a modular anymore. We're going to be doing a stick-framed construction. There's a number of reasons for that, but mainly timeline, just the longevity, overall longevity of the building being a little bit more functional as well. And we're able to do that in budget. So because the other renovations are needed to be done immediately for the firefighters coming online in February, we're going to delay the beginning of that construction until February, or in Q1 of 2025. So to be done by hopefully by the end of the year next year. So those are some big big projects for us. The addition of this classroom will allow us to continue providing comprehensive training for our current and future staff, ensuring that we're equipped with the latest skills and knowledge for the job. On top of that, in 2024, we completed construction of the sprung structure. So that's the white tented structure that was at the fire station number 1. So we were able to reuse that and reconstruct it at station 2. What we're using that for is to house apparatus and loose equipment. So frankly, when we add staff, net new, we only added one new engine, one new apparatus. When we get to the fleet, most of that is replacing end-of-life apparatus or ones that are coming out of frontline service. But we only have so many stalls in the barn for fire trucks. So this gave us one more stall to put a fire truck inside. So that was completed in 2020. Already been a very useful space for the training center. Most, as I said before, end of life. Master plan, there's only one net new fire truck to facilitate the master plan. Have a 15-year frontline life, and then they go into a reserve spare status afterwards. And in our case, the ratio of frontline to reserve apparatus, it's a tricky balance. And just to give you a couple examples, is that at the windstorm, we had all of our spare apparatus staffed to respond to the windstorm. Likewise, when we had a big structure fire a couple months ago, we had all of our apparatus staffed. So when we build out the ratio of apparatus, active apparatus to reserve apparatus, we need to ensure that we have enough to accommodate large incidents for calling crews, as well as mechanical failure. These apparatus are used hard and frequently, and they break down regularly. So when they break down, we have to be able to immediately transition to another one for business continuity. So that's, in terms of fleet expansion, that are the main reasons why our fleet looks like it does. So with that,
Councillor Hemmons has a question.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Carry on.
Okay.
She'll wait till you're...
Okay. No
Okay,
problem.
I'll jump in.
Yeah, sure.
So we've staffed up significantly in the fire department. We have our apparatus all in line. At what point do we bring in the smaller trucks that can respond to medical events, so we're not sending an engine to medical events? And I know there was some, we need to respond with an engine because if they're called out to a fire while they're at medical events, but as we see medical events growing and we have staffed up, is there a point where we put 2 firefighters in a small truck and send them out as medics to the medical events rather than fire response?
Certainly. Through your worship, Councillor Hemmons. Certainly, yeah. In the master plan, it did actually, as you are all aware, there's 3 phases of the master plan. 2 of them were engines, and then one of them was 2 rescue units. So, and we've moved them around a little bit. Part of the reason why we moved them around, staff fire trucks, is mainly we are uniquely busy, and we're uniquely don't have other career departments around us to respond quickly. So, and to your point, Councillor Hemmons, fire trucks are able to do the whole job, whereas a rescue medic truck is not able to do the entire job. That being said, now that we've kind of put the engines ahead of the rescues, I would suspect if we come back to council in the future, that looking to implement phase 3 of the master plan, that would definitely be a consideration, to use the smaller units to staff them. Now, the other option we have as well currently is if we ever have enough staff that we can staff a rescue currently when we have enough staff. That's not very often. We normally have just enough staff to staff right now the 5 apparatus, the 5 engines, fire trucks, or in 2025, the 6 apparatus when we hire these 20 firefighters. So, but there will be opportunities between now and phase 3 of the master plan to staff rescue. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
I think that's a you know, uninformed, but I think that's a better use of resources when we're going out to so many medical events. If I may just, I'm picking up on something you said. We don't have other career departments around us, but we do have mutual aid agreements with Lanceville and Cranberry. So if we do get overburdened, we can call in. It's just that they're not career departments, but they're certainly trained up and ready to rumble. Certainly,
yes. Through your worship, Councillor Hemmons, we do have good working relationships with our regional partners. We have 5 that border our community: Cranberry, Cedar, East Wellington Extension, and Lanceville. In fact, you'll probably see it on an agenda coming soon, a new mutual aid agreement. I've been working for the last couple of years with our last mutual aid agreement that was done was in 1989. Clearly needs some housekeeping. It came into my inbox yesterday or today. So, and all the partners and their respective stakeholders have agreed to the language, and I'll be bringing that. So that will help us, and I think with that, just building stronger relationships. But to that point, they aren't staffed, so it takes them a lot longer to get here. So we could be looking at quite some time before they actually arrive, as opposed to a community like, you know, Saanich or Victoria, Oak Bay, Esquimalt, those kind of communities where the resources are almost responding as part of their fire department as needed. So, but yeah, we definitely will be looking to utilize all the tools that you mentioned, mutual aid, and using smaller resources in the future.
Great. Now that we've got the staffing, that was a big push, and now I'm kind of curious to see what we're going to do next. So thank you for all of that.
Well, I think you've named quite a few of them. So, so thank you. With that, just recognizing the pressure that staffing, renovations, fleet, the cost of fire fleet is definitely expensive. One of the things you can see here is that we have the rescue pumper, the medic unit. On the next slide, you're going to see a couple more. But we've really worked hard to eliminate specialized equipment. So when we buy ladder trucks now, which there'll be one coming in 2025, we buy a ladder truck that can also respond as an engine. Currently, we do have a ladder truck that was bought in 2010 that's coming out of its frontline service. It's so large, it makes it extremely difficult to use as a frontline engine. Likewise, with the rescue pumper, that was actually a rescue unit that gets very low utilization, and we're converting it to a fire truck that can be used all the time, as opposed to having a 20-year-old vehicle with just tens of thousands of kilometers. It will end its service life with hundreds of thousands of kilometers on it. So on top of it, we're looking at opportunities to, well, I'll get to the next slide though. So we're looking to have less specialized equipment that can do all the jobs that we need it to do at any given moment. So that is one of our big strategies with our fleet. So yeah, moving on to the next slide. So as you can see, the frontline aerial that we were talking about and the fire investigation unit, is in 2025. Again, even with the fire investigation unit, we'll be looking at an electric pickup truck that can tow all our trailers around that we put specialty equipment in, as opposed to putting them on specialty apparatus with engines and insurance or more expensive insurance. Our frontline pumper is the frontline pumper for the master plan, and then the rescue pumper, which we're going to be calling a squad, is what we converted a very low utilization unit into a fire truck so that we didn't have to purchase a net new truck to accommodate that and have our fleet at the right size. Then moving on to firefighting equipment. These amounts each year are mainly to do with purchasing hose, nozzles, gas monitors, ladders, all the hard equipment that we use to operate at incidents. They all have end-of-life expectations, and when they reach those or they break, we replace them, and that's what those amounts are for. Then, fire station number 7, as you guys know, and on Protection Island, we provide a similar level of service. We do provide the same level of service. That's done in a large part to the dedication of our paid-on-call firefighters over there. We actually don't have a very large group, but considering the population of not many, I think there's between 300 and 400 permanent residents. The demographic is generally not firefighting demographic, and then you take the kids away, and then the people who are actually interested in doing firefighting, medicals, and all that kind of stuff is very small. So out of that small group of people, we're able to get 10 to 12 at any given time paid on calls. So they're the front line of responding there. They respond out of this building that was built in 1970. It does need some TLC. It hasn't really had much investment in it in its lifetime. And in 27, we'll be designing, and in 28, we'll be providing some minor renovations in terms of washrooms, decontamination facilities. And one of the big ones we're looking at, it is partly fleet and partly the renovation, is you can see the garage doors are pretty small, which means that they can't accommodate many types of fire trucks. Right now, we have fire trucks that are nearing end of life for the city of Nanaimo because we're a large community. There's rules around that. That's considered a small community. We have a special designation from Fire Underwriter Survey so that we don't have to treat it like the city of Nanaimo that way. And we are going to be transitioning, we're looking at transitioning some of our older fire apparatus when they come out of being useful here to there, and to do that we need to raise the header of the door to get them in there and accommodate them. So, and I think what that's going to allow us to do, if we're successful in doing that, is to look at not purchasing the net new fire truck for that station in early 2030s, which will save us considerable amount of money. So another way that we're trying to find efficiencies moving forward. Yeah, I think with that, if council has any questions.
If I may, Chief, thank you for that. Do we have plans to transition this hall to a career hall?
It's, okay, through your worship to Councillor Hemmons, there are no plans to transition this to a career hall right now. The reality is well, it was identified in the master plan.
I recall.
There's a short, wasn't a huge focus of the master plan. The reality is that they do, far less than 100 calls a year, probably in the neighborhood of 30 calls a year. They're extremely valuable. A lot of those are medical calls, some of them are fires. I mean, they do a lot of important work over there, but not at a super high frequency. So there's no near term, or I wouldn't even say medium term, to consider that. I think that would be a very, very long-term consideration, which I don't see coming to fruition, frankly. So it really is to maintain the model we have over there, train them up to the required standards. And what we've done, especially in the last few years, is our team has really looked at increasing the response to Protection Island, not in terms of the amount that we go over there, but in terms of the amount of training we do on there with our career firefighters, as well as sending more responders earlier in the incident so that an incident doesn't grow too large before we actually get deployed from Nanaimo. So, for instance, when they get a structure fire now, which was different than when I was going, when I was an active firefighter, is we send the firefighters right away, just like we do in the city of Nanaimo. They go down to FDOC at the Port Authority. We have a fire equipment box down there. The Port Authority boat, response boat meets us there, and our firefighters generally by that time know if it's a confirmed incident or not, but we're not at the fire hall waiting to find out from the response crew there that it is an actual incident. We're mobilizing quickly, and we're sending more resources too, which having more resources here has allowed us to consider that. So
good. Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Not seeing any further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Facility projects.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Facilities. In addition to providing capital planning, facility asset management also provides and delivers project management and project delivery for the organization. We've got a few projects listed up there. One I'm going to highlight is the GHG reduction study that we've been working on for the last year. This has been funded in part through a grant, and it's going to be able to answer the question Council asked about 5 years ago when a climate emergency was identified. How much is it going to cost to actually move towards our targets? And I'm hoping to come back to Council in 2025 with that information so that we can get some direction for moving forward. Other projects obviously listed there, read at your leisure. Parkades is also something that we help with. One that I know that the downtown hoteliers are quite excited about is the twinning of our EV chargers. We've got 2 chargers right now that are currently not networked, which means that we can't actually deploy our EV cost recovery bylaw at those. We have no information about how often they're used. But in one of the capital projects coming up is to replace the single head chargers with 2 dual head chargers, effectively doubling our capacity downtown, doubling our capacity, which I do know that people are quite excited about bringing additional charging to that area. Continuing with asset. Sorry?
Councillor Thorpe has a question.
Sorry to interrupt, Your Worship, through you, if I may, regarding parkades. If my memory is correct, about a year ago, I thought there was talk of a study to investigate gating for security at the parkades downtown, and I'm just wondering if anything came of that.
Through Your Worship to Councillor Thorpe, I am going to defer that. It would normally be Mr. LaBerge, but I don't see him here. I'm not sure the right person to answer that question. Apologies.
That's fine. You can get back to me. Sure. Thank you.
If I may, I also have a question. It says renew waterproofing membrane in the Port of Nanaimo Centre and Bastion Street parkades. Was it that long ago that we did a fairly substantial amount of work there?
Your Worship, we have completed waterproofing membrane at Harbourfront Parkade, and unfortunately, traffic deck coatings have a service life of kind of 9 to 13, 15 years. And so it does vary depending on driving characteristics. Bastion Street Parkade was done reasonably recently. Unfortunately, we're seeing some of the drive aisles experiencing premature failure because of the way it was detailed, the driving habits, just some of those sorts of consideration. Turning radius is hard on those membranes, they tear. So it's something that is cyclical. Bastion Street in particular is coming a little sooner than we anticipated. And we're trying to do something that's going to give it a little longer service life this time around, but we'll see what we can do.
I think it's been a money pit for years, hasn't it? That parkade.
It has. That parkade does attract a lot of investment at the moment. You'll see there also the post-tension replacement that we've been doing. There's another phase of that work coming, and the trouble with concrete structures is they do need to be maintained, and they are very forgiving for quite a while until they're not forgiving. And unfortunately, that is something that we need to keep a careful eye on to ensure life safety for the public.
Thank you.
Continuing with asset management, work happening at City Hall and Service and Resource Center. mainly focusing on life safety renewals, fire alarm systems, those sorts of things. Energy efficiency, we're looking to see where we can optimize our consumption of utilities so that when we do any fuel switching to maybe a more expensive system, we aren't attracting additional costs for utilities, but rather just offsetting with increased efficiencies. And then we've got some building enclosure renewals, new paint happening at City Hall. Police services, asset renewals, continuing the theme, working through a number of asset renewals at the police precinct. These are done in conjunction with consultation with police services to ensure that we're not replacing something that then ultimately is being considered as part of the new construction. Obviously, as that project evolves, we're keeping an eye on service life of work that is being considered now to ensure that we're ideally not prematurely ending the life of an asset that we've just replaced because we're building a new facility. And Vancouver Island Conference Center, again, asset renewals. Mainly there, we're wanting to make sure that we can maintain service delivery for anybody coming to our beautiful city to make sure that they are getting the best experience possible. So just some really basic carpet, kitchen equipment, these sorts of things that are the lifeblood of making sure services continue to be delivered, because these are sorts of things that people don't notice until there's a problem, and then they notice.
Not seeing any questions?
I'll stay right here, but Mr. Bryson and Ms. Osborne is going to join me now and continue with facilities.
Good afternoon, welcome. Ms. Osborne, you're going to lead off.
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I believe we're the last department to present today. And as is the common theme with today, and as you've heard from Ms. McCaskill's presentation as well, that the planning and completion of these projects require a lot of interdepartmental collaboration. And through that team approach, Parks, Recreation and Culture works very closely with the other departments, such as asset management, to maintain and develop our public facilities. There are several of us here today who will be able to present the next grouping of slides. And I will start off with the 2 slides on culture, and then we'll pass on to Mr. Bryson and Ms. Davis to talk about civic facilities and parks and natural assets. There are many projects in public art in 2024 to highlight. However, I would like to focus in on the installation of the Robert Turriff Rewilders at Colliery Dam. The Rewilders are an imaginative, sci-fi inspired creatures designed by the youth of Nanaimo through a community collaboration with public engagement workshops with the artist and with the youth of our community. These sculptures symbolize rewilding, the practice of restoring natural habitats. They depict the act of removing invasive species and planting native plants that represent the importance of land stewardship. This was an incredibly inspiring project to have the youth come out, work with an artist, create the actual design, and then have the artist fulfill the completion of the public art project. And I think you saw it showcased in the earlier video that was shown. Also of note, in 2024, staff completed the conditional reporting of our entire City of Nanaimo public art collection. With this is the creation of the internal tracking system for all public art collections. This allows us to track ongoing maintenance, track the care instructions required. For example, if a particular material of a public art piece cannot be power washed, then we would know that within our care instructions. It also tracks the overall condition for the long term of this public art piece. This system protects the art through the effective communication of the culture area, the maintenance area, and our parks crews. Culture have been working with our urban design roster in the creation of several art wraps throughout the city. This will include the Midtown Gateway and the Terminal Avenue Bus Exchange. There were several pieces created over the course of the year. And the Roman. And currently, the urban design roster is working to design the Harewood Centennial artificial turfs retaining wall murals. So we hope to see those start the planning shortly, and we'll be moving into 2025 for completion. As is with all public art projects, there continues to be an emphasis on engaging the public and paying attention to community and place. For example, the art wraps that were integrated into the Midtown Gateway project were depicts of the wetlands and the history of the area around us. And I will now pass on to Mr. Bryson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council. I'll take us through the next couple of slides. It's a green one, I believe. Some of the different projects we're working on in the facilities that we completed in 2024. A lot of our projects, we work very closely with the Facility Asset Management Group. So Ms. McCaskill is part of our team in a lot of these, and we go back and forth. So that's why I've asked her to stay, because some of these projects she'll be able to speak to better than I will. We've worked on together. So the ones that are on this first slide are some ones mostly around our pools and arenas. There's a couple that I'll talk about. The finished lobby partition at NAC has been a long time coming, but it's a good one. And it's been a bit of an interesting learning curve for the staff and for the public, getting used to going through a gate to get access to NAC to the change rooms rather than just free-for-all, which is what we had before. So the gate is operated by an identification card, and it opens once every 3 seconds, which sounds like fairly quick, but it's amazing how much of a bottleneck it created when we first opened it up. That said, everyone's gotten used to it, and we're seeing a lot better flow of traffic into the facility, a lot more security. People are quite happy with it. It seems to be going quite well, so we're happy with that, the way that turned out. The Wapatech chemical system, Wapatech is exactly that. It's a chemical system we started adding to our pools at NAC. It's a different way of treating the water. Rather than adding a whole bunch of chlorine, a whole bunch of acid, we were treating our water with UV sterilization, which uses a lot of energy and is quite expensive to replace. So we started adding the Wapatech system. I'm familiar with it from my past. I know its properties and how well it works. What we've already seen as a result of it is the water is crystal clear. You can see the bottom of the pool. It's very, very nice to swim in. We'll see probably a 50% reduction in chlorine over the next year and a 50% reduction in acid, which is less chemical in the water. Excuse me. We've eliminated the use of the UV sterilizers, which we were using in the pool, so that creates a better air quality environment. We're not using the power that we would be using for our UVs. And in replacement, we saved $10,000 in 2023, and we saved $135,000 in 2024 in not having to replace those UV systems. So it's a much better, more efficient way of cleaning our water, and it creates a better product for our patrons. The other one I wanted to talk to a bit was the accessibility projects in cooperation with the Rick Hansen Foundation. We started this a while back, and at this point we've gotten 5 of our facilities have been completely assessed, audited, and now are certified as accessibility proven with the Rick Hansen Foundation, which can go on our website, of course, and as well. It's just, it gives recognition to the folks that need to use our facilities that have accessibility issues, that they know that they can go to those facilities and they won't have a problem maneuvering around and having mobility problems. So that's been a really good exercise. We've got 5 facilities are complete. We've got 3 more on deck, and the plan is to keep going through our facilities and parks as we can to keep that going. So that's been a very, very successful project.
Can I just ask a quick question?
Councillor Carino?
Thank you, Your Worship. If I could just ask a very quick question. I think the acronym is CBI, the physiotherapy facility that's down at the end.
Correct.
I was surprised with the new construction that's at NAC that you can't go through that way. They want you to go around, but there's no signage.
Oh, I'll have to look into that. I thought because part of our work with Rick Hansen Foundation, one of the suggestions that came out of them was more, I guess, inclusive wayfinding signage. So I was hoping that should have been something that got picked up. I'll certainly look into it, though.
Well, it might be, I was thinking more on the outside of the building, because until I could find it, right, I was walking through NAC to go down the hallway, whereas I didn't realize that you can actually drive down there, and I just wondered, it's a very busy clinic. But there's no signage on the outside of the building, other than when you get around the corner.
Okay, well, I'll certainly look into that.
I just wondered why.
Yeah, we did change the access point coming into that side of the facility, so I'll definitely look at the
Could be
signage.
just me, could be, so check it,
I'll look into it.
with a grain of salt. Thank you.
If there's any other questions, any of the bullets on that page, I'll go into the next one. This slide speaks a lot to some of the work we did in Oliver Woods. And as mentioned before, Ms. McCaskill did a lot of the work in that facility as far as the lighting goes and some of the other things. Two of the ones we did complete in 2024 was the upgrade to the sound system upgrade. So it's a much better PA system for emergency services, but also allows us to divide the facility into different areas where we can hold programming. And it's just a well-round, it's a more modernized system for our patrons to use. The other one was we re-tinted all the windows at Oliver Woods Community Center. It was looking pretty bad. The old tinting had peeled and come off in big chunks, so we did that. So the Oliver Woods, actually, that complex is looking very good with the new lighting, some of the different changes we've done in the interior with the flooring, and the tinting. It looks pretty good in there right now. Did you want to speak to anything? I think I'm going to pass it over to Ms. Davies now.
Ms. Davis, please.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and Council. So some 2024 project highlights in the area of parks and natural areas. You would have to have been living under a rock to not have known that we opened the 2 new artificial turf fields at Harewood Centennial Park this year, a true jewel in the crown of Harewood Centennial Park. The opening has been a great success, and there's usage across all types, all age groups. We have a very collaborative relationship with the school district, in particular John Barsby School there, who we love to hear about their great successes with their football program there. And I really think that they are enjoying playing on that new surface. And one of the things I can say about that is that I think it carries through to the students as well. I don't know if you've been there and spoken to some of them, but I know I have and the staff have, and there's just a real huge sense of pride that we see in those students, and it means a great deal. So I think that project has been very, very successful. And as we know, the work will continue with the bleacher and the parking area off 7th Street being delivered early in 2025. Actually, at the moment, we've made the move to keep the lights on, so after school ends and before our bookings would traditionally begin, the lights are on at Harewood Artificial Turf to allow that casual use. And so if you walk through the park at that time of day, it's just buzzing. It's great to see. Excitingly, we can let you know that the Marie Davidson BMX bike project is approaching substantial completion. So what we are seeing there is that the fences are still up for now, but before the end of the year, we plan to take those down and open it for casual use. So we're at this really great stage where we maybe won't have the start gate fully operational before the spring, but we've got the track completed, and Lord knows people want to ride this track. So we want to have it open. And in advance of that, we will invite council to come and take a tour with us and look at the different features that we have on the track here, which offers both amateur and pro options and the 5-meter start hill. So that's a quick win.
But you're not going to suggest, as Councillor Hemmons is hinting, that we all get on BMX bikes, are you?
That would be a great photo op, I think. So moving on, you also don't need me to tell you that we opened the pickleball courts this year, already proving to be a highly popular facility. And Bebban is a great location for pickleball and a centre of racket sports in general. I think the thing I want to say about this project is that it was only 12 months ago that we were at this table and you approved us bringing this project forward. And the fact that we have these courts completed, I think, demonstrates Council's responsiveness to the community, and the fact that we've got this done. It's a major upgrade compared to what was at Beaufort. There's more courts here, and we have more amenities in order to carry on really great events here. We've got electricity here, and it's a true tournament facility. The bleachers will be placed there very early next year.
You've inspired Councillor Thorpe with a question.
Oh, yes. Thanks, Your Worship. Actually, two questions. First, as we see in the background to that picture, the tennis courts, are they going to revert to simply tennis, or will we maintain a pickleball presence on those courts as well?
Thank you, Councillor Thorpe. Through your worship, that's a great question, and we've decided to take a wait-and-see approach with that one. We've got lots of people asking us what we're going to be do there, and we want to understand more about usage in that area. So we did do a survey this year, and we intend to bring that forward to you soon. What we found was that we really want to see what the usage is with these new courts in order to understand what is best to do next, because the two sports, it makes sense to have them there, but they don't all, it's a highly polarizing topic as well, and you know, lots of people want both.
Right, exactly. Thank you. And if I may, a second question. I understand that there was some problem with the surfacing on the new pickle courts, and that's being rectified?
Yes, thank you, and through your worship, thank you for giving me the opportunity to answer that question. The blue paint didn't cure in time, and so there was some transfer of paint from the blue to the green surfacing, and that will be repaired at the contractor's cost in the new year.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perino.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, just another question. Actually, two questions, if I may. Lighting for the pickleball courts, that was a question that came up the day of the opening.
Great. Through your worship, that is not something that we have in the plan at the moment, but if we needed to bring that forward in the future, we absolutely could look into that and plan for it.
And plans by the neighbourhood at Beaufort? I know you had left it with them to bring forward ideas that they felt the neighbourhood children could enjoy, and
yes, that is right.
That was at.
Through your worship, we held a neighbourhood meeting sometime around September, and we had some good conversation about what is needed. Again, like with anything, there's a range of comments, but I think the main one was about youth and youth in the area. And so what we're wanting to bring forward is to keep those courts and deliver some basketball and other sports for youngsters in the area.
So no decisions just yet?
We are working right now to remove the basketball surfacing, the pickleball surfacing in that area, and I think we're going to be going with basketball for the most part, and maybe some casual hockey as well.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Thank you.
So some other projects achieved in 2024 in parks. The Millstone Pedestrian Bridge, it's a great connection from Millstone Avenue through Bowen Park, and if you haven't been to see it yet, it's a brilliant construction, and that was a project we achieved in partnership with our friends in Engineering and Public Works. Also, the Patterson Trail through Linley Valley Park along the south side of Cottle Lake is complete now. So we did the metal framework, which is a new structure for us, but allows us to have a trail that is more accessible for more people with different mobility issues, and also requires less maintenance because it is metal. And we also completed some soft surfacing in that area as well. So that south side of Cottle Lake shouldn't need anywhere near as much maintenance as it did before, and it's way more accessible. So that is named Patterson Trail. And then also Rutherford Ravine Stairs were completed this year, and that is a major connection for many school children through the park there. Moving on, some other project highlights. So much fun going on in parks, and a really good one is following the acquisition of the court at Deverell Square Park was the paving of it, and this really represents the first phase of some improvements that we have planned here, the second of which we'll bring forward in 2025. So we've had the court repaved and it's usable now. You can go and play ball there safely, and we want to do more things with that in the next year. Also, one of our Partner in Parks projects was completed, and many members of council attended that opening event, and that is the Harry Whipper Playground. That is the Rocky Point Playground at Harry Whipper Park. And then thirdly, West Haven Park Playground. That one was achieved in collaboration with the community, and they were great to work with, and they may wish to come back in future for a phase 2, which could be completed as part of a PIP project as well. Some more project highlights in parks. The Westwood Lake phase 2 project got underway this year for completion by April of next year, and that is the washroom and the accessible beach, which we're completing again with our co-workers in engineering and public works. So moving on now to 2025 and a look forward. Here's some public art that we have, that the culture team have planned, and just kicking off again at Westwood Lake Park. So the piece up there in the top right corner is a David Martinello piece, which will be achieved came along through the urban design roster and will be achieved as part of the Westwood Lake project. That sits really nicely behind the accessible washroom block, underneath that gathering space that will be built there. And then the culture team also have a series of pieces coming forward in 2025. They're a creative group, and they have more opportunities through the temporary art program and the urban design roster. And I'll hand over.
Thank you. So as I mentioned before, a lot of our projects, we work quite closely with the group from Facility Asset Management. So some of these things I'll talk to, but I'll ask Ms. McCaskill if she wants to jump in, because she's part and parcel with a lot of these projects as well. But they are all areas of the Port Theatre that need to be replaced or will need to be replaced as part of end-of-life asset management throughout the next year up until 2029. And is there anything in particular that you want to?
Yeah, maybe I'll just highlight the elevator modernization noted there is going to be a challenging project, and it will need to have an appropriate level of consultation with building stakeholders, possibly council. The existing elevator will only serve half of the building. So the way it's accessed, there's some stairs in the way, so people with accessibility needs cannot use the single elevator to one side. The original building was built with a secondary elevator shaft, but no elevator put in. So there's a little bit of a piece that needs to be worked out to consider the challenges. An elevator modernization takes between 8 and 12 weeks. So that's a lengthy period of time where there would be accessibility considerations needed for the facility. So that project listed there still has some consideration pieces to go with it. So I just wanted to acknowledge that that is not it's there, it's budgeted, but there's still quite a bit of legwork to happen before that'll take place.
Another challenge with the Port Theatre on that is the renewal of the stage lift controls. Stage lift controls are very unique. There's only one company in the world that makes them. They're in Quebec. So we are actively looking at what we need to do to renew that system, but it is a very unique one. It's the only one around, so we'll have to deal with that somehow. Our next slide, I'll pass over to Ms. Davies about.
Also in 2025, we've got the creation of the Beban Outdoor Learning Classroom at Beban Park. This is going to be a very, very vibrant space. This picture does not indicate how vibrant this space is going to be. It's a colourful outdoor learning space that comes off the daycare room at this facility, which is a much desired upgrade by the tens of children that use this space daily. It offers the opportunity to be outside in a welcoming and collaborative space with different zones and different features to allow you to enjoy some space and time outside. So we look forward to bringing that forward in 2025.
And some of the other projects coming up in 2025 that of note are continuation of the lobby renovations at NAC. This is more of the administration offices that are at that facility, modernizing them, making them more usable, adding some more space for offices that we desperately need in our department. So we'll be looking at those. So that's earmarked for 2025. The play structure, where we removed the boat and we now have a rock in place, we are looking to move forward with that. So that's going to be planned out for 2025. $500,000 sounds like a lot, but it doesn't buy a lot when it comes to that kind of equipment. So we will, there's a lot of work that has to happen below the pool itself as far as pumps and motors and new piping, and then we'll be putting something in place that the public will be able to use, and it'll be a phased-in approach. So this will be the first part of that we're looking at. Our kin pool, which is getting busier and busier, and there's more and more demands on that pool. So the shoulder seasons are becoming larger. We're opening it sooner and closing it later. So the boiler is becoming more important to keep that pool warm, so we can utilize that pool and keep it active as long as possible. It's a very popular pool. It's a great facility. Bed and pool mechanical, there's a lot of different mechanical components in there that need to come to the end of life, but part of that also will be earmarked towards turning that pool into putting the Wapatec chemical system into Bevan Park as well, so that we're seeing the savings that we'll see in NAC in that pool as well. And then, of course, upgrades to our fitness equipment. Both of those facilities are well used, and that equipment does break down, wear out, and so that money is earmarked to make those replacements as we do.
The NAC dehumidification improvements. This is a really exciting project and one that we have received significant funding contribution for. The project team has been assembled. We've got a construction manager ready to go. We are currently looking at schematic design and really want to make sure that we understand the complexities of the impact to service, because this is not work that we'll be able to do during the regular 4-week shutdown. So there's quite a bit of legwork that needs to happen, and we're anticipating that, and that's why the schedule is noted as it is. We need to do quite a bit of engagement and consideration of how these systems interconnect, and so that we can make sure that there's appropriate consideration of any impact to users.
If I may, just go back if we can. A reduction of 70% for the facility and 13% of all corporate emissions?
Correct.
And that includes our vehicle fleet and...
Aquatic facilities use a tremendous amount of utilities.
I'm just looking at Mr. Burgos and saying that that's the kind of thing that should get some press coverage. That's an astounding figure. 13% of what the city of Nanaimo, its buildings, its staff, etc., produce in greenhouse gas emissions with one change. Well, 70 of the facility, but 13% of all corporate emissions across the board. You show me any place in society you can reduce emissions by 13% with one project, and I'll watch the pony fly. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Me again. This is another exciting project, the roof at Bevan Complex. Also a phased approach, just consideration of time frame for doing roofing work. This one is going to be also quite involved, and we've got to make sure we've got appropriate stakeholder engagement. One of the stay cables needs to be replaced, and so those head frames with the cables draping over are what is supporting the clear span and allowing us to have the pool on one side and the arena on the other. So we've scheduled the project to make sure that we have appropriate considerations so that we're not impacting arena when we undo that cable, essentially. And so we're currently working on the schematic design with our consulting team. We've got a construction manager involved, and we'll be looking at undertaking this quite extensive project with the amount of roofing to take place.
Not seeing any questions. Back to Ms. Davis.
Yes, we're not done. There's more fun. So IAP 158 is all about Deverell Park, and phase 2 will continue in 2025. We will engage with the neighbourhood association there and bring forward more improvements to the court, which will include a specialty court sports coating, some new hoops, nets and fencing. In the north end at McGurr Sports Complex, McGurr is a city-owned facility that is run by the McGurr Society under a co-management agreement. We are taking care of a much-needed item here by improving safety through the outfield netting, which will stop errant balls from making their way from the park into the neighbourhood, which is something we hear about relatively frequently. So glad to be taking care of that one in 2025. The work continues at the Stadium District. There's a lot here, so this list here is does not include the things that are being taken care of at the moment, which includes the Quinnistook Stadium bleacher to be delivered next year, as well the paving of the Sir Oxman Stadium parking lot. In 2025, first up, there'll be improvements made to Rotary Bowl, which will include new irrigation and movement of the high jump facility. We will be meeting with the Track and Field Club on that in December to start our planning work. And then again in 2026, more activity at the Rotary Bowl, this time to move the pole vault equipment within the field as well for better arrangements of the sports taking place there. In 2027, a lot of work will be undertaken at the Sir Oxman Stadium, which includes capping of the mines, creation of proper bullpens off the back of the facility, and turfing of the entire field. It says infield there, but it's the full field. And in 2028, the returfing of the Q Stadium field there. So all of which is done again in collaboration with so many partners that we have at the Stadium District. There is much that goes into all of these projects, and we deal with members of the public, the school district, and many, many users, the Track and Field Club and our different sports organisations, from the Night Owls to Harbourside Football, many, many different groups that we engage with on these projects before undertaking them, and that is $5.6 million worth of asset investment there. At Bowen Park in 2025, we will be reconfiguring the disc golf course. This is an important safety item we hear about relatively frequently. We're going to be making improvements to the course from a recreational perspective as well, but from a safety perspective, we're going to be removing the conflict item between disc golf and volleyball, which is really, really important. More up at Harewood Centennial Park. This is the spray park there, the water park, where we'll have the features replaced and upgraded. And lastly, our continued work on Maffeo Sutton Park washroom, which will be carrying on into the design phases next year and delivered in late 2026. That is it from us. Questions?
Thank you very much. That was fun. Not quite as exciting as opening a pickleball court, but pretty close. No further questions? Thank you very much. I just want to inquire from the previous slide where that gentleman was, looks like he was attempting to pole vault. That's not Mr. Harding, is it?
I got a question.
Councillor Gesselbrock.
Just in terms of how the budget works, say for example for the Sir Oxman Stadium upgrades, that $5.6 million, does that come out of taxation, or is there like in the pool of money that pays for items for upgrades in the recreation budget? Is that its own separate pool of money compared to what we're paying for in terms of road improvements, active transportation infrastructure, those type of things?
Through the chair to Councillor Gesselbrock. So how project planning and funding works is departments put together their 10-year project plan, they submit it into finance, and then we start the job of figuring out how we can make it work with the funding we have available. So we have that base funding from property taxation of the $8.82 million. So there's certain projects that don't fit into any of our reserves, because most of our reserves are statutory reserves governed by a bylaw. So there's restrictions on how we can use that money. So certain projects right off the top don't fit any of the reserve criteria, so we're going to use the general property taxation money for those projects. Then we start to look at the other projects and we look at what criteria they fit under for the different reserves and which possible funding sources we can use. So a lot of the bigger renewal projects are funded from our general asset management reserve. We have that facility development reserve, so we definitely look at that for parks, recreation, and culture projects. Then the strategic infrastructure reserve, we only fund projects that you've given us direction to fund from that reserve, because that is your reserve to add projects to the plan or support other operations in the city. Then we have the community works funding that we tap into. Growing communities, that's again another reserve we only use when we receive direction from council that you would like to fund a project from there. Then we have a parking reserve, so we look at what parking projects we have that can be funded from there. It really is a bit of a game of Jenga as we move things around and we try to make sure that we can fund all the projects that staff have identified as priorities. A lot of times we can't fund everything in the desired year, so we do have to go back to departments and we ask them to reprioritize projects. Can they de-scope something? Can something maybe wait one more year? We look at things like that till we go back and forth, and we do bring you a balanced financial plan for the first 5 years. Years 6 through 10 of the project plan don't balance. Years 1 through 5, of course, the project plan must balance because we have to present a balanced financial plan to you.
Great, thanks. So there's basically the $8 million that, you know, we're taking through taxation that goes into the reserves, and then there's a bunch of different reserves that it's parsed out, and the timing of all these different things. I guess my question is, like, say for example, if there are some projects that were like, hey, you know, we'd like to do these, but maybe we'd like to delay them a little bit to free up cash for, say, 2025 and 2026. It's a bit of a forensic process. You know, we'd have to give direction to delay something, and then trace back into what reserve it goes to see if it frees up for other projects that we may. Ultimately, it's all coming from the same sort of taxation, but there's sort of time delays in place because of the reserve parsing out process.
So through the chair to Councillor Gesselbrecht, if there was projects, say council wanted to delay because maybe you wanted to add something, you would need to give us direction on which projects they are. I would need to go back and look how we funded those projects, see if that funding would work for the project you want to add. If it doesn't work for the project you want to add, then I would look and see if I can move funding around on other projects and see if I can make it work some other way. And if I can, then we could do that. And if I couldn't, we'd come back to council and say, if you want to proceed with this project, it means canceling something else if you want to add something, or tapping into, we still have growing communities money left, we have some community works money, and of course you always have your strategic infrastructure reserve, and then we also do have a bit of general capital, which you will see when we bring the decision slides forward. We are suggesting using some of the general capital money to fund some of the capital purchases that might be required if you move forward with some of the business cases.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, or increasing taxation, as Mr. Lindsay said, is always an option too, which you did with the Bevan Pickleball Court and the Fire Master Plan implementation.
Councillor Manley.
Thank you. I'm wondering if we could just pop up slide 13 again of this last presentation, because this is something that confuses people when they're looking at our finances, and when we're talking about debt and how much debt and debt services we have, and I just mentioned this over lunch, but I'd like to see something that just provides a little more clarity, because we are talking about different percentages and amounts of money, but they don't necessarily, I'm popping it up myself here. Scroll. This is a long presentation, actually very fascinating. I'm thankful to staff for all this, and I'm actually quite proud of the work that's being accomplished in this community. As I kill a little time and you find the slide for me. Oh, it was slide 11 on debt servicing limits. The liability service limit is defined as 25% of a municipality's controllable and sustainable revenue for the year. As of December 31st, the city was at 13.1% of that limit. And you know, the next part of it says the city's limited December 31st was 57.8 million. So when people see these numbers, and I know this came through when we were talking about the Public Works yard and you know, servicing the debt and everything, I think people get confused by seeing 25% and then 13.1%, but really we're at 13.1% of that 25%. And our debt servicing annual principal and interest is 57.8, that's our maximum, but right now we have about 7.5 million of debt servicing per year. And I think it would just be helpful, like when we present this at the town hall, that this is clearer to people, because when you see this stuff in social media and everything else, or letters to the editor, people don't understand the way these figures are put together. And I think, you know, 13.1% of 25% is somewhere around 4%. I'm not a genius at the calculator, but I know, you know, I'm not as smart as our finance team at this kind of stuff, but I know it's somewhere in that range. And so the clearer we can make it for people, I think the less we're going to get for angst in terms of how much money we have that we're borrowing right now.
I think it would probably be simply put is this is the actual dollar figure spent on debt servicing last year. This is the total budget. This is what we're projecting it will be. Considering the average household and the debt they carry, it reminds me of the Mulroney era. I mean, there was enormous criticism of the federal government, and I was no fan of Brian Mulroney, about the ridiculous amount of debt Canada was accumulating at that time, until you looked at public versus private debt, and good old Canadians who were complaining bitterly about that government were in fact accumulating debt, both privately, corporate, personally, than the government. So I think Councillor Manley's comments are well taken here today.
Yeah, thank you.
If I may say on behalf of Council, this is the fun part of the budgeting process from Council's perspective, and we are not unappreciative of the fact that this represents work that's been ongoing since you finished the last budget, the cumulative efforts of everyone in every department. So to all of staff in the city in general, thank you, and to those who've been able or had the opportunity to present today and who put together the material in particular, thank you as well. This is much appreciated. I think we've all been very impressed as usual. And as Councillor Thorpe and others have pointed out, it's a reminder that we're very well served in this community. And it's not that I think anyone does it for the praise, but it would be nice if once in a while the general public would appreciate all that you do on their behalf. So, having said that, well, just hang on. There's no other business. I assume there's no question period. I will accept Councillor Perino's motion.